You are at the first of a new month. The campaign has only been going on for a month in game, 20 days in the world.
Oh my
And
god.
it's late in the morning. I'd say early in the morning.
Wait.
Two or three.
All this fuckery has been going on over only 20 days.
Yes.
That's crazy.
Technically,
Yes.
we had a week.
We've been playing for over 6 months, but yeah.
That's fucked up.
You guys have slowed down time significantly with your antics, so
For Arrows, it feels like a year for how high she got.
yes, a year went by in that one night for Arrows. She went to the Fey realm.
I don't disagree.
Yeah.
I don't know. I lived my life like a fly that day. Like that was gonna be my only day to live.
Well,
Yeah, because it nearly was.
those prophetic
Like 4
moves got you guys into some corners last time with the 12th house, sort of. Corners you were trying to figure out how to break around, I guess, metaphorically speaking. But Eros, we begin with Eros inside the artifact known as Cash. A mechanoid giant turtle man suit of armor. She climbs into this sarcophagus-like structure after dancing and awakening it with a sending spell that's inside its chest and takes a significant amount of necrotic damage from the pain and confusion of sinking in with this artifact creature thing. And then she starts to dance as Cash and jump and try to figure out if they can fly and end up cracking the crystalline structure that was part of the apparatus used to awaken this artifact, I guess. And the Drow then react to that. They try to get you out. You don't know how to do it, so Nefertiri casts a very powerful spell that just dominate your mind and force you to just kind of figure out how to do it. And then Mel spends a better half of this morning finding out, scouting out for a new lair. She finds a cavern of the Underdark about 400 meters down and a few hundred feet just south of the city. Meanwhile, Strike is with the children, spending some time with them after cleaning up the young Tarask's carnage from the day before. He reminds... there was a moment when he found this young child that reminded him of how he found Leandra when she was very young. So we kind of have a scene with her, and your sanity kind of gets bound to that memory in a way, for you to try to regain the sanity eventually with that madness. The other children go within the city to assist with those that want to continue the blood festival. They don't want that to stop. There's still about 5 more days of it. Leandra was greatly affected by the whole change of this. The city and the festival is something she looks forward to very much every year. And she also seems concerned and affected by what Strike has been involved, being the one who slew the Tarask, as the people are calling it. You were all kind of involved, but Strike made the most noise by far and wide. And Ragnar is not really handling his norm. Leandra kind of questioning her own purpose, his strength. She kind of runs away from him, confused, overwhelmed with the emotions. Leaves Strike kind of alone. We go to the next day, the second of the month of Fall Feather, and Birdman and Eros awake in an almost very mundane scene, and they have this conversation around the dinner table. They talk of their recent trauma and Birdman's ability to kind of got the Vorpal Axe and learned of Trek's half-star and Talaria's untimely death. And they kind of, Birdman pushes for this need for this serious conversation with Eros and kind of gives an ultimatum to her. The Drow need to be gotten rid of, and we kind of need to stand against them. So Eros stays behind and kind of talks to Shallowbutter about this telepathically afterwards. That conversation was also telepathic, I would say, too. And you guys talk about her matron mother, and kind of learn that Shallowbutter, if someone had the power and ability to usurp the matron mother, she would help them, but she's kind of stuck in a place where this is how the world works. There's nothing that can change that. So Eros kind of takes the challenge, I think, from that point in some ways. But Birdman goes and finds Strike, who's we kind of fast forward some time and we find him passed out drunk on one of the walls of the city. And Mel joins up with them, and they're able to, near the Prime Gate, kind of wake him up and then bestow the Vorpal Axe to Strike. They then return to Birdman's office, and you guys start to just confer about what to do in kind of a neutral place of the city that is monitored and whatnot, but a place where you can get some privacy without the houses down your throat. The stage courts, it does have that significant part, but we get distracted with Seymour Butts when Eros signed in with her name was Seymour Butts. Wendy was arrested. That was one of Eros's friends from a previous arc. And the group kind of goes into the stage courts and convinces the judge and whatnot of her totally false alibi about where she was when she supposedly was stealing from the first house. But the group then returns to Birdman's office area, basically, and confer telepathically about the Drow, and the whole situation with the city and the Tarasques and the 12th house and the other houses responding and talking about getting some allies maybe to help with you all with these situations. Eros uses a clairvoyance spell during this time to connect with Roxana and sees that Roxana has been captured as kind of like collateral for Eros. So you see, it seems with what's going on, like they're taking steps after what happened with the Tarrasque. Obviously, they weren't exactly expecting that. Eros and Shallowbutter kind of assume Cash and Eros have this like connection now, and that's what the Drow are kind of worried about, as more and more steps around the city from other houses kind of pressure them to move in on either using Eros or taking the knowledge she already has and applying it to someone else. You guys agree to hide the children in Mel's lair, and then you start to set plans to talk to the different houses you may have allies in to destabilize the Drow greed that has kind of taken over the city over the last 12 years, at least from your all knowledge. You guys have connections to the 9th, 10th, 11th houses in specific by what the group is connected to, and the 13th house, but they're kind of in the back pocket of the 12th house. So there is complications with that. But we are on into we can continue with the day that we are on, or you guys can go to a long rest. It is only where we left off. It was only about midday, like it wasn't late in the afternoon, maybe like 1:30 or something. So,
I mean,
what do you guys want to do? You guys kind of can control the time a little bit with this, but there is the pressure of Roxana that you do think they're going to try to use her to bond with Cash, who's down there, and if it doesn't work, there might be complications from that. So,
We don't really have time to lose then, do we?
yeah, you have a little bit of pressure with Roxana, like, yes, but there is still quote unquote time. Roxana will be able to give you a little bit of time. I would say you probably would feel comfortable with a couple hours. Beyond a couple hours, you might worry about what will happen to Roxana.
yeah.
Those that have
Definitely pushing to get
Okay.
going immediately.
Yeah, so it's how you do, the city is relatively, it's not, broad in space, so you can do a lot of things in a short amount of time and many of you can fly and run fast and climb over buildings like superheroes. So. And super villains, maybe. I don't know. Some of you are
Questionable.
questionably evil.
I have to go talk to a wizard today, so I have to go make an appointment. At some point. Like I would probably do that after we adjourn the meeting in my office and be like, okay, I'm gonna go make a date. I'll be back at the house later though. We can discuss the plan.
Okay. Which wizard are you going to?
I need to go talk to Orca for if I can.
All right. The 11th guy. Okay.
The manager told me I could come see him if I had a problem with my appearance.
Okay. A couple of you don't know who Orca 4 is as players, but as characters, you would know him. He's a cousin of Anton, who's another gnome in the city. They have been part of the city for 100+ years. Anton, Orca 4's cousin, was one of the people who brought down the Tarask when it first happened 270 some odd years ago.
I guess I can say I can go get Setch too, because I have to go talk to Setch. I have some 10th house business with Setch.
Okay. So, where you guys? Well, it's still probably relatively early in the morning, actually, if I think about it again. It's probably like 10:30, but nonetheless. Setch would be on more or less on the way. You could, if you would like to try to find a shortcut to Setch to save some time, roll me a survival check
Sick.
with your city bonus.
I would probably be heading to Pierre's place. 'Cause I got some information to tell him about the
Okay.
Tarask.
Roll for advantage because you're kind of going in the same direction.
Okay, so survival with advantage.
This is surely based upon time. It's not about like you guys failing or not. It's just like how much time this takes you with the pressure of everything.
That's a 22.
So I'll say you are coming around the corner of the gate here, and you see Setch about to like turn into the alleyway that goes to Squirmies, where Pio's tower is connected for the 10th house.
I whistle at him.
Setch, your passive perceptions, turn around. I don't know how Birdman. Take the scene away, gentlemen.
I just turn around and do I see Birdman or do I do not
yeah,
see
you see
Birdman?
him. He's like up against a wall or something, like chilling.
I walk up to the Birdman that's like trying to stealth against the wall.
Well, I'm not.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not trying.
Do
to
you
stealth.
guys go on the side of the wall that leads to the stage courts, or the side of the wall that leads to Musello's?
Which is the more
Like the manner
kind of
in which that
shady
question is
one?
asked.
Probably the stage courts, I would imagine, since we could just take a sick sanctuary dip there if anything crazy happens.
Okay. Um. So,
You see me?
a few moments after you squirm around there, you see Um, you think you recognize one of them, Birdman, from when you followed Eros. And then you look to the right and you both kind of see this. You both have really decent passive perception down toward where Po and Orcafor is, and you see coming from the other direction in the distance, similarly dressed as what catch your eyes. There's like squads of Drow like on patrol right now, and if you would have gone the other way, you would have run into a squad of Drow. You kind of go down that way, and they're like going into the tavern and stuff. And it's out of the ordinary. It's not really. It's not really something you guys have to worry about, but it is weird. I don't know. It is causing like they don't usually do this during daytime, and it's very organized. It seems so. You do you.
So what do you need? I've got important business to attend to.
He like takes out the like what is it that paper like from PO like the summons like the court paperwork, and then he kind of just hands it to you and lets you read it.
I read the court paper. Well, so I'm guessing was the court paper just like the gist of like the 13th house and the Drow house, or in the 12th house, or
Yeah, it's some sort of like I think from what Seth described it to me as like I'm needed to kind of bail PO out of some investigative work concerning Altapar's release that has happened.
Oh yeah, by the way, Altapar got away.
Oh yeah, by the way, he's on the run.
yeah, that's news to me. I
But
didn't
he's
know about
also
that.
dead. So,
Weird. So yeah, so I kind of like hand it to you, and I'm like, well, we gotta fucking go in here and talk to him anyway. So if we want to go do that, we can. I have to make a stop.
Do you want to come in with me, or
Yeah. Yeah. Doesn't it go
do you want to
in-
be seen or unseen, my friend?
I can be unseen.
I can
Nobody,
help you be
nobody fucks
unseen.
with me in this part of town. I think. It looks around.
I'll put my thumb to to Birdman's forehead, and then shadows will like click and like jut to him and like stick to him, and he'll turn invisible.
They're freaking out. Oh. Oh. Oh.
And you're invisible for I'll use a 4th level spell slot, so you'd be invisible for 4
Holy
hours.
shit.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh. The first thing I'm sure you hear it. The first thing you hear is like slapping on concrete, and the first person that's next to us, like I just knock the nearest thing out of their hand, like.
Sorry, you're invisible for 3 hours, not 4.
Just walk over and like kick something over, and then run over to the bar, like open the door. It looks like in Harry Potter when he's like wearing the invisibility cloak in the town. Just opens the door. Just walks in.
Alright, now the thing is, I'm not really too sure about this drow business that's going on with our house, but you might want to stay quiet. That's okay, because I can't imagine they'd be too happy to find you in there.
He puts his thumbs up, and then realizes he's invisible. So he's like, "Yeah, it's probably a good idea."
And I'll just casually walk to the squammies and then open the door, and then I'll open it and like wait a bit and like take a stretch to give time for Birdman to walk in,
I like
and then I'll
knock on
close the door.
I like to let you
Yeah.
know that I'm like walking in.
Yeah.
Okay. Birdman, I would like a stealth check with advantage, just on the off chance someone sees that something odd.
Something crazy's going on. Yeah.
Like the side chance. Um, Setch, you wait for that extra moment, and you kind of feel and hear his scratching feet as he kind of goes into the door, and then Setch, as you close the door, you hear like the footsteps and like they're like around the door of like and of a couple humanoids, and you kind of look around the corner and you see these 3 or 4 drow, and you don't understand anything they're saying other than you hear Pio's name and you hear the like Squirmy, the name of the tavern. But you know, like Squirmies is not something you people can just visit. This is something you have to have like know how to get to, and like it's like
I
it's
can
like a
speak Elvish, and these can Draconic if that changes anything.
they're speaking Undercommon. That's what
Yeah,
your
yeah.
Elvish would let you
Because
know
of
is that they are Drow. You know in specific. So and other they so you they don't seem to pay attention to you because the outside kind of comes and you kind of close the door rather quickly after that. And then there's a couple footsteps, and then they're like talking outside the door in that like tense moment. And then Pio's just there, sitting on the table. Probably just woke up relatively recently, um, in the tavern. And we'll jump to put you guys on the map there. And
Does he seem
then
nervous when I walk in or when I first see him? Or does he seem pretty like relaxed and nonchalant?
um, he relaxed, definitely. But the thing that first draws your attention is there's a lot. He usually doesn't have this many people, and there's only like 4 other people, but there's usually just like at max this, and then I forgot I was gonna copy a couple more. Like there's like ferrets all over the place. Like that's the thing that you like. Like he has an increased presence, but he doesn't seem off.
Okay,
It's
fair
just kind of thing. Um, all right, the rest of the group before we get too locked into that scene. They have gone to Squirmies. Strike and Mel. Where would you guys go after that scene from last time?
Bring the kids to the Batcave, probably.
Are you guys on the way to the Batcave?
That's for Mel to decide.
It's the perfect time to go to the Batcave. I'm not paying attention.
That's true. Yeah, Mel would like go and pick up some very basic, like living supplies for them, probably like nice bedding and stuff like that. Um, and some food, just the necessities and stuff, and then bring the kids to the Batcave with like making sure that they're not being followed.
During this,
Okay.
Strike would, of course, help with that, would be silent for most of the time, only eventually saying to Mel, thank you for helping out with this.
I think that these kids deserve a nice break.
They certainly do. They were never supposed to get caught up this deeply in any of our shenanigans anyway.
I'm I'm still struggling to understand what you have going on with these children. From what I've seen from this group, you seem like fairly normal adventurers who get up to a lot of strange and dangerous shenanigans, and I don't comprehend why you like why you're toting around a group of children.
Let's put it that way. Had I not adopted them, so to speak, I likely would have died a miserable death, or turned to a life of something even worse than what is currently happening. It's not like I've never seen it happen before.
Right. Okay, well, let's get them settled. I don't even know your children's names, so perhaps we should do a small introduction to make sure that they feel safe whenever they get to my spot. I don't know what to call it. Um,
Where do you go first to find the children?
Where would they be is the question. Probably not in the cave anymore.
Well, your apartment's still a thing, so like Eros's apartment, quote unquote, where Cotton and them live. So you know, at least one of them is usually there, hanging out with Cotton or Eros, or just staying there where they can lock a door. You do know many of them have been out and about today because of the events yesterday with the Tarask.
And we should go
Day
to
before yesterday.
first things first.
Okay. You are able to find Althea, who is the twin of the other Drow who passed from the ghoul attack that happened around the same time Setch and Mel joined. And then Rogar is also there. He's the oldest of the group. He's a fighter archetype, Squamata, very serious but loving kind of protector kind of archetype. And then the other two are not in the house. So I would like a survival check to find them.
nearly a nat 20. So close.
Nearly a nat 20. Okay, the idea of where Donovan is easy to lock down. It's a good thing one of you rolled a 20 for Leandra. The Donovan he has been befriended by a coyote man, is the rumor on the streets, and they were going towards the Hall of the Marrowminders. He was kind of gonna. That's what most people know. Strike and Mill, roll a history check. Got a 5. Good.
We're so good.
It was a DC 5, but one of you. Okay. The Marrow
I don't need
Miners.
to know history.
The Marrow Miners were started 12 years ago, when the 12th house tried to. They tried to create a coup to gain control of the words of power, and they kind of took over one of the 13 binds, or these giant chain magical things that are connected to the divine words that hold the Tarrasque down. And there was kind of quasi-civil war that happened, and the Marrow Miners were kind of a product of that that happened, as they're like equivalent to the God Butchers. So that's how they've kind of created a lot of their business, is they've hired this privatized group, whereas the God Butchers are this independent group that have run the city since its beginning. So they're kind of represents their power. Not a good thing. Donovan he's probably just trying to help, and he got wrapped up in the situation. But Strike, the Drow know who you are. So your gut would go in that place. And Mel, the Marrow Miners are not like the God Butchers. The God Butchers, you generally can go to most of them, and they have an honor code of what they do, even if what they do is chop up a giant beast and get really bloody. There is a code, and they are lawful neutral. The
That
Marrow
was
Miners,
gross.
the Marrow Miners are evil. Is the general impression most people get them. They are chaotic, and they manipulate a lot of what goes on with the selling of the Tarask in the city.
Gotcha.
So Donovan going there is out of ordinary. Like, why would a kid need to go there? Unless they're trying to do something like that. Leandra, it's hard. It takes you a while to pick up on where she is because she is a rogue. And she has made some of her own connections within the city over the last couple weeks. And you find her trail leading to the Sage's Row, where the 11th and 9th house, as well as many others, but those are the ones that kind of front that, for the most part, area of the city, is where they're hiring people after falling out with the 12th house after recent events. They were using the 12th house resources and people to try to investigate one of the Altapar's vaults to take the plunder, and they were offering the 12th house a significant portion of it. This is kind of like Pio's gift to the city as a way to like kind of just like let things pass, but the 12th house is still holding him accountable for Altapar and Altapar's wife and what they did. They're trying to blame Pio for that. Leandra has got sucked up in the new, as best as you can understand, the new induction of people to try to figure out how to break into this vault.
Mhm.
They've asked people for the last 6 days to try to do this since it's been found and everything kind of fell apart. And the 12th house didn't have much success from what they were heard, but it makes sense because they were kind of probably distracted with everything else that's going on at the same time. So they didn't send their best of the best to kind of do the thing. So Leandra's trying to prove herself as something, I guess. I don't know. She wants to be independent was part of the conversation from last week. So
It's
she's
like a job.
going for a job that's going to pay a lot of money if she's successful.
Oh lordy lord, a lot of things are happening.
Being a
You
dad,
give me
bro.
2 weeks, guys. You give me 2 weeks, okay?
We
uh,
did give him a free week last week. We let him stew last
Yeah.
week.
all right, so Mel and Strike, you would also run into Cotton during this interchange, because Cotton would at least be near the apartment or in this area of the city. You can decide how you want to do that, Lucy, but they would find you at that 27 survival check easy enough. With whatever you're kind of in the middle of. So what do the three of you want to do? And Strike and Mel, you can decide how and what information you share with Cotton, because Cotton's not exactly aware of everything, but Lucy heard most of what's going on, I assume, right now. So what do you guys do?
Strike would
That's
just
a
say,
lot of
"Oh,
information.
you."
Just like in the apartment, reading, but she was reading while we were looking for the kids. And if you, I don't know if this is the first time the kids are going to the cave, but if there were like to go there for the first time, I don't think she would notice. But if they were gone for a few days, she would definitely ask, like, inquire about their whereabouts. Yeah, but I think Cotton is going to ask Strike what's going on if all the kids are just going to leave and go somewhere. So maybe when they return, since they found Donovan and the other one who was also out, Roga, I think.
Leandra.
No, Leandra. Sorry, I thought I mixed up Roga and Donovan. Cotton is going to go up to like Strike and are you taking the kids somewhere? I just going out. Can I help you? Can I help you somehow? Like, what's going on here? I feel like we haven't done a trip like this in a while, so what's going on?
The gist of it is that we're relocating. Mel has kindly offered to offer her new place, which should be a hell of a lot safer than the now-infested caves.
I mean, yeah, it's true. The case is so dangerous, but like a new place, Mel. Where do you live? That's safer.
Cotton, you've missed 2 earthquakes, a monster attack, an undead attack, a Tarrasque attack, and a lot of it has been centered around where your apartment is too. So
Yeah, this apartment is not safe. So, yeah.
Cat fashion.
Okay, I see. Mel, is your place really like safer than this apartment? Like, where do you live? Do you live outside the city? If I may ask.
I've taken great care to make sure that this place is safe. It's I wouldn't say it's in the city, but it's not too far away. It's I have found this very large underground cavern, which I plan to create a few constructions in whenever I'm able to. But right now it's just a cavern, but I do promise that it is isolated, and as of now, nobody besides you all know of its whereabouts. So it is probably the safest place you could put the children while we deal with the current situation.
Well, it's very kind of you to offer this place to us. Well, the children.
I have a soft spot for people who have been forgotten or left behind by society.
I understand. Well, thank you again. Are you sure that nobody else knows of this cave?
I would say 87% positive.
That's better than our current situation.
you rolled a
That-
decent survival check, if I remember. So,
Yeah.
this is, yeah, it's one of the old caverns that got somehow overlooked and forgotten from, something the Testadine tortoise people created before they were kicked out of the area. So,
Well, that's great. Well, maybe I can help furnish it. We could take some of the furniture out of my room and apartment.
Oh, no, that's quite all right. I have some things that I've collected over the years. And I want to wait to furnish it until I sort of come up with a construction floor plan, sort of.
True.
But I do appreciate the offer.
Okay, great. Would you mind if I tagged along and took a look at this cave? If you're heading there right now.
I wouldn't mind necessarily. I do think that we should travel in the smallest groups that we can because large groups do tend to draw an eye. I was thinking of maybe just taking the children there myself, but if you're uncomfortable with that, that's fine.
It's fine.
I trust you.
It's fine. You can show me another time.
Okay. Well, do we know where all of the children are?
Well, Althea is here. She was reading earlier, so
Yeah.
Roga is also there.
We would say, yeah, well, those two would be with you guys, we would say now. The other two, either by reminder of one of the children here or through that investigation that you guys have done throughout the afternoon. You have not seen them yet, in particular. But I put them on the map of where they're likely to be found based upon what the children know and what you guys have already rolled for.
Well, Donovan would probably be rather easy to convince, at least compared to Leandra, because Strikes and Donovan's love language is pretty much just fighting, right? And Strike is usually the winner, and when he wins, it's Donovan usually knows, okay, I'm following Dad, right? But Leandra is going through her rebellious phase right now, so that might be a little more difficult.
So,
How many children do you have? Just curious.
4.
Right now, 4.
not even that many. I had like 5 siblings, so whatever.
Yeah,
Interesting.
Mel, Animaesus litters, their thing.
And if this is all fresh, he used to have 5 about a week.
He used to, yeah.
That's
I think that was right before you guys joined when the other one
I was here whenever it happened
We
because I
were-
remember the description.
We were
I
literally
like
carrying
just
her
joined.
corpse.
That was like Mel's like second session. Yeah, we like
Yeah.
came back.
Yeah.
and-
so remember,
first
like,
session
why do
was
we have a
the-
pack of children?
yeah, and why is one
Yeah.
of them dead? yeah, literally. Like,
I think my first session was like just after they died, or like a day after they died.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Well, do you guys split up? Do you not? And then I want to see what Eros is doing real quick, and then we'll jump back to Birdman and such.
If I may make suggestion, right now, Cotton probably will have an easier time to convince Leandra not to go into a death tower than Strike.
It's not a tower, but yes.
And all Strike really has to do is subjugate Donovan and bring him to the cave.
Okay.
Yeah, Mel just basically is telling all the children to, gather up a bag of stuff and as many things as they want to have because they'll probably be staying there for a little while.
Okay. Rogar willingly starts to go through the process. He just nods and has a confused but understanding look at the same time. You can see he doesn't really understand why, but he understands it's a good reason because he trusts Strike.
I don't get
and
it,
Cotton.
but I get it.
He doesn't. He's not one to usually ask questions unless he's in a weird situation with Birdman. So, and then
Knife?
Althea goes to her room, but when Rogar's ready to leave, Althea is still in her room. She's taking her. It's taking her a while to try to decide what to put in her bag, because and you guys find her like it's one of those things like she's trying to figure out what to keep from her for her sister, like, and it's not just for her because she's kind of just going through, it was only it wasn't too long ago. And
Yeah.
she's leaving her home where her sister grew up with her, and they trained and read and slept, and like this is a big Rogar. This isn't such a big deal. He's much older.
I think Mel would probably be trying to help her with that because she's lost a fair few people and had to do the whole like, oh, I'm gonna move, what should I keep sort of thing. So I think she would probably be trying to help and comfort as much as she can.
Ah, the long life of a vampire, huh?
So,
Mhm.
and also say goodbye to like your healthier as soon as she's packed. But yeah, she's just gonna go into the room, Althea's room, together with Mel, I guess.
Okay. I would like both of you to add 2 sanity to your score, your overall score.
All right.
I'm so sane. This is such a surprising turn of events.
Oh, one again. Ever.
Strike, gain 1.
Cotton is also very sane. It's yeah. I don't know. Maybe she
Well,
has.
-4 is better than -5, I guess.
-4 is better than -5. Okay. All right. Okay. Althea is appreciative, and she shares some stories of her sister when they were younger, of things and memories and like that as you kind of pack away, and then she kind of quickly wipes the tears away and finishes the packing, and nods at you both, and kind of before she walks away, she like double takes and like comes back and like gives you both a quick hug, and then kind of goes down the
Mel
stairs.
looks kind of freaked out at getting the hug.
Yeah. Althea is a very affectionate person, so Cotton this isn't a strange thing for Cotton, because Althea's fallen asleep on Cotton's like tail and belly many a times, and the months you guys have been together. And same with Strike. And then she goes down, and her and Rogar have the definitive older brother, younger sister like vibe. Like he's very protective of her, and she's like adores him, and they have this, they have that interchange. You see, you don't really hear what they say as he's impatiently waiting for her, and then about what's going on, and then he doesn't have the emotional intelligence to understand what she was probably going through, in any way, shape, or form.
He is a lizard.
Yeah, that's true. He's also related to Black Dragon, so
He's doing very well for the cards he's played. He's dead.
Yes. They go down, so they're like waiting for Strike and whoever else to gather things that they want to bring to Mel's new lair, which is a fun thing for me to say. I really enjoy saying that. Mel's lair. So
It would be so cool when it's done.
it will be. Okay, so what do you guys do? Where does Mel go? Strike and Cotton. Strikes, you said you're going to Donovan.
Yep.
Cotton, you're gonna go to Leandra,
Yeah, Con is gonna go look for Leandra.
and then Mel, you're gonna go lead the other two to the thing.
Yeah, she wants to keep it like as small of groups as possible, so she'll probably take the two that she's already had pack up some stuff to the cave and like help them set up sort of thing.
Okay. Rogar is kind of has that like almost Boy Scout mentality as you're going into the things of like with Althea. Did you did you double tie the knots? Did you like not annoying her with things as you guys lead down, and then takes you a couple hours. Cotton and Strike, I would like you to roll me a perception, investigation, or survival. Makes sense. Or persuasion. You could do persuasion if you wanted to. Depends on how you want to find them. How do you go about trying to find your prospective prey? And it's not about really of the success, it's just like how long it takes you to kind of locate where exactly they are. Strike, because of things that happened with the terrace the day before, you get hung up with a lot of the first house, 12th, and 10th house kind of like investigations that are going on down here. And it's just there's a throng of people that are being lined up to get divvied up portions of this because they don't want to let the meat go to waste. And it just takes you a while to get through that whole process before you get back to where Donovan is from kind of where you are. And so we will go when we return back. We'll go to Cotton first, because Cotton, because of Pontelmon's connection and people he knows that you know at the same time, you're able to figure out exactly where Leandra is relatively quickly within like 15 minutes of your conversation with the others. And you find her basically waiting in line for one of these like wizards that's like asking people to group up in groups of 4 to kind of like go down, and if you're successful, we'll know because you'll come back out. If you don't come back out within a day, then okay, you're probably dead, so we'll find someone else to go and hopefully they'll bring your body back. So it's kind of like the situation you find Leandra in. But we're gonna jump to Eros, where Eros is at the stage courts apparently. What is Eros doing at the stage courts? And then we're gonna jump to Setch and Birdman.
Well, it was more of a that's where we last were. So that's just where I put her for the time being. But I do want to go. She wants to go to the 13th house and talk to Rexani.
Rexani. Okay. Bu- 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 bu. For those of you that weren't in the previous games, I don't think many of you maybe know Rick Sonny because he hasn't been in a few sessions, in a session for a while. But Rex Sonny is a halfling who runs the 13th house. He's a pretty talented bard. And the 13th house is a mixture of brothels, but they also have the largest construction business organization in the city too. It's a weird amalgamation, I know, but that's what it is. So they handle those things. And then
And they have a casino. That is canon.
they do have a casino. There's a casino. Yeah. Okay, so Rexani is in his normal spot in his tavern, doing his thing. He is surprised to see you. Slightly uncomfortable. He brushes that away relatively quickly. But his initial response is very surprised. So and he see you sit down at the bar. He gets you a normal drink that you would have, and he whether you ask for it or not, he just sets it down and then just looks at you, kind of a little bit wide-eyed,
What's wrong?
confused.
You look like you've seen one too many dicks. Or tits. Or something.
Ah, your way with words was always a way to stutter. Others, hey, I just the rumor on the streets have been that you and Roxana got in deep with Spencer in the 12th house, and we assumed your demeanor and he laughs. Selective word choice may have pissed him off. We hadn't seen you in a few days. Some rumor that you were saw yesterday at the stage courts, but I just thought that was a doppelganger situation.
Oh, Rexani. Come on. It was just a little bit. The 12th house, they wanted a piece of this, as well as my up and coming protege as well. We've just been doing some very, very rewarding work.
Okay. Wait. What do you want?
I just want to talk. Can a girl pay some
No,
lip
you
service
want
first?
more than that. I know you. You've duped me at least 27 times in my life. And it's only been a short time since you've been in this city in the last few years. So 27 is quite a large number. So I counted the other day. No. I am not going for the 28th. What do you want?
Rexani, I am so sorry that your opinion of me is so low. I thought I was a better girl than
You
that.
You and whatever Roxana has gotten into has made my situation with the 12th house quite. They are not pleased. In fact, I should be sending one of my servants right now, but I didn't because I'm. I.
Rexani, come on, baby, you
No,
know. You can tell me
no,
anything.
no. He grabs a drink, fills up 2 shots, and takes them back to back. No. Alright? No. Alright? So, what do you want? Or go?
Oh, by the way, do you like my new outfit? It's specially designed.
He blushes and tries not to look down because you know he won't look back up once he starts to look down.
Anyway, I know you love it. I don't really need to ask that. I just wanted to see your reaction. Um, just I wanted to dig your brain just a little bit.
No.
Rexani.
Okay, so you want something in my brain. I don't have anything to give you in my brain. You now are a more talented bard than I ever will be. I cannot teach you anything.
I don't want to learn anything about barding. It's
He smiles and his head turns as he realizes that word choice is not exactly how you would.
Kinky.
I just wanted to ask you an actually semi-serious question. Okay, hypothetically speaking,
Hypothetically speaking,
if somehow, some way, the city broke out into a civil war, what houses would you be on the side of?
He was counting on his fingers how many words you were speaking, so he was going to use that to some sort of his defense. But when you get to Civil War, he stops counting, and his hands just drop, and he's just... What are you going to do?
I am going to give someone the ride of their life.
Who, may I ask?
Oh, it's someone with a lot of cash.
Someone with a lot of cash. I would like you to roll a deception check.
I can't roll lower than an 18.
God damn you, otherwise I would have beat you. Okay. Rick Sonny. Okay. As long as they're not associated with the current situation of the 12th house, I don't want to be involved with the investigation. The first are talking to the fourth. They have created some sort of inner alliance I've heard about, and I don't want to be people they point fingers at.
So basically, if something happened, like, let's say it was two people putting together their own individual orgies to compete against each other, you wouldn't put anything on either party.
Who's what?
You know, if there was two
And you
different
didn't
groups,
invite me.
I'm putting it in more simple terms than, people ripping each other's heads off. Instead, people are getting head. Makes it more pleasant to think about.
He's really confused by this point. His brain looks broken. His eyes are twitching a little bit. He's just like, all right, why shouldn't I, in my own self-interest, not warn whoever this is about this? Spread the like. Why do you think this civil war would bring anything other than more death? Well, hasn't there been enough death in the history? He just barely got out of the wars with the centaurs from the north not even 50 years ago. 12 years ago, the Civil War nearly broke out. Let's keep this tenuous peace, I say. Make some more money, I say.
Rixani, 2 years ago, I came into this city, a wide-eyed girl who could smell nothing but shit coming from the spillway, and yet I still wanted to make this place my home. And
He has
I
this look on his face of like a fond memory of him going through the same process.
wanted nothing more than to dance on tabletops and fill my sack with gold. And more sacks with gold. And more. And more. And more.
Yes, and you've done that!
Exactly. But
What?
it's only been a month of time that's passed now. And everything that I was working for feels like it got thrown to the wayside. And life is crumbling all around me.
He sighs. Grabs the bridge of his nose. What do you want me to do? And let's switch to Birdman and such. Get to the at Squarmies, you are surrounded by ferret folk. You recognize three of them. You have Taki and Tuki present, as well as
Our
Pio.
boys.
And then their door guard kind of takes position behind the door once you guys are in some way expected to arrive, it seems. And Pio's local bar cat jumps on the table like they always do and kind of hangs out with Pio. He's as big as Pio is, so yeah. It's an interesting relationship.
There's Drow in the room, I'm guessing.
Drow? No.
Oh, okay.
There are no Drow in the room. You can see Pio is making specific choices. His door guard, the Squamata man that no one really knows the name of, and his ferret folk. He's not. There's none of the other.
His name is No Snart.
Snart. Okay, sure.
Snort.
Snart. Snart just growls. But yeah, he's limiting his engagement with those that were involved with Altabar. You're seeing that obvious choice. Such.
I go for a fist bump for Snart.
Snart doesn't know quite what to do at first, but he eventually holds out his hand.
I fist bump him as I walk past.
I also fist bump him, but it's probably weirder because I just do it like, oh, invisible. Like, it's gonna...
He fist bumps you as well. Both of you, when he fist bumps you, it's like you punched a stone. You know, it's like it's just that's the metaphor. He's a beefy guy. And Pio, there's a couple ferrets jump down to the ground and push the legs of the human-sized chairs out for you guys to sit down. And
do they know I'm here? Because I'm invisible.
They probably just push out two just to get to one, it seems. So,
I mean, if anything, one of them's gonna get sat on. I'm gonna kick a ferret or something and just like sit down.
Oh,
That's
kick
so
the
fucked
ferrets!
up.
What the fuck?
it's okay.
They know I don't fuck around in here.
All right. So we'll say Taki is the one that's like gonna sit next to Setch and seem all important, and he just boop, boop, falls off, and they all raise an eyebrow at that, and Pio raises his hand to like shake it off, and kind of offhandedly points at Setch, and there's like chittering in the Mustellan language that you hear your name repeated Setch a couple times about. You think the general impression is, oh yes, good. He's brought his dark magic. Is the general impression that they are saying?
He brought some dark magic, all right. I don't know.
Because I think one or two of them have seen you summon this hound at some point. So they're just, Pio has seen you summon this snake and stuff. Like you do
Dark
things that
Lord.
make no sense. So he's just trying to make him say, okay, he's just like, maybe he. You hear chattering, maybe it's like, oh, he's an invisible golem with him that he summoned or something.
Yeah, I just pick up like a random shaker. I can just drink out of it. Like you like.
When he does that, I'll drop the invisibility.
They are kind of disappointed, but at the same time, they know who Birdman is. Taki and Tuki, there's a little chittering in common as they're like, he's a good shot. We've seen him shoot. Okay, I know he's not a big golem. Okay, it's okay. It's okay, guys.
I was gonna say, Taki and Tuki watched me 1v1 like a fucking large spider in a cave.
Yes. They have mad respect for you. So they then Tuki is like, yeah, okay, the spider. All right, we were down here, and he like lays out the whole plan again, and then by the time Pio is ready to start the conversation, it's like everyone's looking at Tuki to shut up because he's like still telling the conversation.
Just tell him to shut up. Like, shut up.
You have to tell him 3 or 4 more times, and then he finally.
I told you I was kicking a ferret today.
A couple of the other ferrets kind of gather around to get a better view on what's going to be said in the common language that's difficult for some of them.
I almost died yesterday.
Pio would open, I think, with saying, Birdman, I think you, by your presence here, you have admitted to accepting. Yes. He takes another drink.
Yeah, I have the.
Good. Yeah, it was good thinking to bring yourself invisible. The Drow, I think they're curious to see what next steps will be made.
Assholes is a good word. He says in Eris's voice.
Maybe. Hopefully not. At least, the complications. I have met with the ninth house representative. And yes, I think we have a good play in our hand for this whole situation. But the court date is not set for a few days. They want. They have to deal with those to blame for the earthquakes, the Tarask. The 12th house have found some, and the tone he says in this, he's very doesn't believe it. The 12th house has found some culprits that they want to label as responsible for independent digging away from crime sources, but your reports and what else I've heard from my other eyes and ears around, and there's like chittering and chattering from behind him from all the Butori. This is not quite true. So, I have a little bit of evidence for these things, but not much yet. There's still, I think, a need to investigate these tunnels and sewers that the 12th house was using to keep this beast. Is the assumption I have.
I need to investigate these tunnels and sewers. And then he looks at Setch and says, in Mel's voice says, I have a plan.
I drag the closest drink to me and start like sculling it in front of him. The second he says he has a plan.
Well, we have a plan.
Okay.
Made a plan.
Pio takes a drink and motions for you to like lay out the plan.
Investigate those tunnels and sewers. Independent crime resources. He says. The big tunnel. Big tunnel.
Big tunnel.
Earthquakes. Tarask. Giant hole.
Okay, Birdman. So you want to go down the giant hole the Tarask came from? Is that what he's saying, Setch?
Down the giant hole that the Tarask came from.
Listen, I didn't come up with this plan. He did. This is the first time I'm hearing about this plan.
Okay. Well, what's the goal? Okay, yes, we probably should go down there, but okay. Well, you have time to investigate, the claims of the 12th house against my honor at the same time, or moving against the 12th house at this time. I would like to keep my name out of it as much as possible.
What happened to Althafar?
He chitters in Mustellan to the other Putori, and he then, as best as these two understand from their investigations, of the last few hours. Um, he was on his way out, and the 12th house was able to find him before he left through the north gate and trying to climb the wall. Silly man without hands. And yes, as best we can tell, they brought him to Spencer, and Spencer presumably executed him.
Presumably executed him.
He was quite a thorn in their side. His wife presumably was almost successful in killing Spencer himself, believe it or not, taking the word of power and independence. Good thing we have her head. Well, had her head. I had it disposed of.
Didn't want to keep it as a souvenir.
I would have kept it as a souvenir. But in Eris's voice, he says, "So I had this dream where I like crazy, set Altapar free, and I don't really remember much after that. But like, I think I was. No, I couldn't possibly be that. Basically, just like running through the conversation that like I had with her when she was talking to me. Okay.
The city's gonna be destroyed.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. Yeah. If the Trask wakes up, that's why I have one of the words of power. It's one of the few things I remember. So what? They're gonna use the 12th house is gonna use the word of power.
Maybe. Might use
I thought Spencer learned his lesson.
ancient artifact under the city.
What do you mean, an ancient artifact under the city?
It's so cool. Like a bunch of times. It's so cool.
Ancient artifact. What? The Spencer has an ancient artifact.
He fucking shrugs. He's like, bro, I don't know. That's all I fucking know.
Okay.
He's like,
Huh. Well, he chitters with the Moose Stellan, and he nods a couple times, and then he.
but we're gonna get it back. I think. Possibly.
Okay, well. What is this artifact exactly, and how can we get it back?
Mm-hmm. He shrugs because he knows what it is, but he doesn't know how to like describe it.
Just so you know, the telepathic link is still connected between us for a few more hours.
Right. But I don't think I have like a physical description of it. So I mean, like, I know what it looks like from mental images that get flashed at me, but I don't really have like a way to tell Pio like, oh, it's this big ass fucking turtleneck.
Okay. So, second question. He climbs up on the knife, balances on it. Is it worth a lot of money?
Oh yeah.
Gold? Platinum? Gems?
He like looks at Pio like, bro.
Hmm.
You know, he's like probably priceless.
Setch, have you seen this thing?
I imagine he probably says that in Cotton's voice. Probably priceless.
I have not seen this thing. I don't even really know what he's talking about.
It's
Well,
so
a little bit, but
Okay.
It's so cool.
So, if it's something that we can remove from the cave, and it's something that they really want, and we can get a hold of before they get interrupted. I like this idea, Berman.
He
Sort
looks
of.
at the ferret. He looks at the ferret. It's like, that's what. See, that's right. That's right. That's right.
What's
That's
Taki and Tuki's like? What's the idea? What did we miss?
yeah, I don't know shit.
It's okay. It's okay, little one. It'll be fine. All right. He does a flip over to the chair between you two, and it's like, okay. So, how many do you need? And I'll arrange. Taki and Tuki are your first two. They volunteered. No, we didn't. Yeah, we did not. Yeah, you did. And they just shut up. And yeah.
Looks at
You want,
Strike or he looks at Setch like, I'm not making that call. Fuck that. I'm just a lawyer, man.
well, you let me know what you need. All right. If this thing is, what it is, what I think it is, and he chitters again to all of them, and they kind of confer, and they like, yeah, I think it might be the thing.
You let me know what you need.
Okay.
To speak
Well,
with
Orcafor, why do you want to talk to that old fart?
and then oh fuck. It's been a minute since I talked to Orcafor, but I think in Orcafor's voice, I think I can say like, if you need anything from me revolving a removal of your appearance, you may get in touch with me. Off all
Oh,
the episodes. That's right.
you're gonna finally get rid of that ugly mug, huh?
Ugly mug. He like grabs his knife. Like, what the fuck did you say to me?
I'm just saying. Like, I didn't think you were an Avis. Kind of ugly for an Avis.
I'm perfectly beautiful, exactly the way I am.
I didn't say that. I just said you're an ugly
Perfectly
Avis.
beautiful, the exact way I am.
All right. He shrugs. So this is gonna fuck up the 12th house. This is something they really want. I'm excited. But we gotta keep it secret. Otherwise, I'm out. Taki Tuki, that's your job. Fuck.
Fuck.
You're not sure which one of them says that.
I think we all
Oh,
say it.
simultaneously.
Yeah, I think all three of us say it simultaneously. Oh fuck.
All right. Well, he starts to arrange the more specific kind of logistics of some of these things, and let's jump to you guys think on where you want to go next, and then we'll jump to Cotton Leander real quick. Leandra is forming a band, I guess is the word. A small group, small little party. There's a couple other roguey types of various races and nationalities from the city. To make a party of 4 for her to join to go down into this secret vault that has been found that belonged to Altapar. Khan, you're loosely aware of this thing's existence. You know it's not a good idea unless you're very skilled at what you do. So, Leandra, maybe you don't. It's been a while since you've kind of tested her skills since the last time she's had this different look in her eye. Because when you come across to her at the street, she's not really surprised to see you. She's not really happy. She just kind of like looks at you and then turns her head, and not in kind of almost a dismissive way, like trying to hopefully ignore you and let this just kind of pass. But What do you do?
You're
Mm,
pretty quiet.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now? Is it this fine?
yeah, that's better.
So Cotton walks up to Leander and taps on her shoulder and says, "Hey, what are you doing here?" And then she like looks around. Are you planning on going into that vault? Or
Yeah, I need some money. I want to get out of here.
out of the city?
Yeah, I think that would be better for everyone right now. So if I get enough money, we can go. So, you want to narrows her eyes? You want to help?
Um, this is very dangerous. Nobody has come back.
That's not true. They said a couple guys came back yesterday. They got as far as the statue room. It's just a couple of flips. They said.
Yeah, you are. I think you will be a very skilled, well, let's say rogue at some point in your life, but I don't know if you're ready for this. And I was just coming to get you. Your siblings. Um,
Uh,
how do we say it?
okay. Where are we going?
We're moving. We're moving out of the city. So you don't have to do this.
Well, I don't know. Is Strike gonna be there? Is everyone's coming? Aunt Eros, Birdman.
Well, Drake is definitely coming. I don't know about Aunt Arrows, but I'm sure she will visit as well. And as soon as things have calmed down, we can
I
come
don't
visit her
know.
as well.
She seemed like she's in some sort of shit. Like I, I don't.
I don't
It's one
know
of
if
the
you
reasons why I wanted. I don't know. Like a lot's happened. I don't understand it all, but I know a lot's happened, and maybe if we got an extra 1,000 gold or so, they say that's what at least is in here. Like we
hmm,
could we could go further away and not have to rely on this.
yeah,
Ah,
sure, but if we need more gold, I will just work
okay,
harder and
okay.
make better, like make deals. But right now, we, I mean, if you come with me right now and go pack your things and come with me to your siblings' new home, you will be safe. And if you want to leave the city altogether, you can. But I don't know if you're ready for this right now. I mean, when I was
Um,
young, I had to live on my own, and it's not as fun as and not it's not really fun and not really as adventurous as you might think it could be to be, you know, all out on your own, make your own money. It can also be really hard. So don't worry about money and such. We got you covered right now, okay? Kid, you don't have to do this.
I would like a persuasion check.
Okay, let's persuade.
Okay. He nods and kind of acts like she's leading you in the direction that you're supposed to go, and she doesn't really know where she's going. So eventually she has to wait for you. And you lead her. She seems excited to hang out with Rogar and Althea. They haven't been able to see each other in like over a day, which in a young kid's mind can sometimes feel like forever. And they kind of follow you. And where do you lead them? I don't know what would Mel have left as information for the group for Cotton and Strike to bring the other children.
Honestly, she probably wouldn't have said anything to them about where to take the children other than to tell them to like go pack their things at the apartment and that she'll come back to pick up the other children.
Yeah, Cotton
Okay.
is going to lead Leandra back to the apartment so she can pack her things. She needs to do that anyway, so.
Before you leave that area of the city, you are there's a whistle and you look over your shoulder in one of the alleyways. You and Leandra pull off to the side as your contact Hontelmon is seen there, and he as he drags you to the side. I thought you weren't gonna do the vault. I have a group going. We can bring 5. You want? Yeah.
No, Hantelman. We're not doing this right now, okay? No, not with her.
Well, I'm not saying her. I'm saying you.
The vault, yeah.
No. Leandra looks confused and also like excited. Like, okay, maybe we can do this thing, because
Well, Hantelman, I appreciate this, and I guess one can never have enough money. But I'm not up for this right now, okay? And also, I just stopped this one from going into the vault, so I'm not going to do it right now.
ooh, little one. No, like you won't get past the saw room, from what I've heard.
See?
Like Leandra's like if a cat could go white. Like Leandra as a like a panther cat just looks like they just like
Or it goes
go
white.
like at the okay. He shrugs it off. He's like, "Oh, yeah, you're lost." And you guys continue on to the apartments. Strike. You find Donovan outside the Marrow Miners kind of like factory building sort of setup. Like medieval meets industrial with like blood and gore from the Tarrasque hanging everywhere. And you he's like in a circle of fighters, men and women of the Marrow Miners. They have their tabards that are kind of ostentatious that they wear. And he's included is what you see. He's laughing along, playing along, included in their circle of whatever they're talking about. And within moments of you stopping and looking down there, there's like a muttering silence that takes over as you can feel the throng of couple 50 to 100s or so people like in this like alleyway just all look as there's this you that is this giant badger man that's might be a god butcher, but someone who took out the Tarrasque, as people are kind of claiming. And in that muttering silence, there's a kind of a yip yip cackle from Donovan, and he runs through the crowd and kind of pummels into you with a big bear hug, and he's just, they're so glad that you're here. I I I was hoping you would come. They want to congratulate you and celebrate for what you've done. They said that if I was trained by you, then I could be a miner. And
Slow down, boy. What is going on here?
I met T and Darren, and while we were helping clean up the rubble, and uh, they were talking about you, and then I said that I know you, I've seen you taught me the workout routine, and then they brought me, they wanted to bring me here so that I could show them what was going on, and then we just got lost in stories about different adventures, and I shared yours, and it was really cool.
All right. So, why don't you tell me exactly what it is these, I mean, pauses for a moment, friends of yours are planning right now?
They just want to meet you, I think. Come on, come on. Yeah, let's. I'll bring you over.
All right, let's do this. And Strike follows Donovan.
Okay. Um.
Kind of sits down, stares at the crowd expectantly, kind of like a father saying, "Oh, what the fuck are you guys planning with my boy?"
Strike. I would like an insight check.
All right. God damn, my rolls are ass today.
Okay. Donovan leads you over there, and there's a guy. There's Canis like him around. There's a couple drow here and there. There's humans, dwarves, squamata, a couple badgers here and there. It's pretty diverse in the setup here, but all of them have these kind of um white canvas cloth, if they're not already stained with by blood, and kind of
And
almost
I like to throw in there.
tabards.
Strike glares at the crowd, but at the Drow especially, and it's very noticeable.
Okay. And there's also a couple of the what's the word I'm looking for? Martial artists of the 12th house that are here, like in the crowd, just out and about, that are obviously minors in their own right, for whatever, which are basically god butchers. They just aren't as old in an organization. And there's obviously the tension there is there, and a human man strides over, bald, odd tattoos over his body, wearing kind of like leathery red shorts at best, no shoes, and he's not especially muscular, but he's definitely ripped and very tight tendoned and things like that. Definitely someone that has spent his life. You're pretty sure he's one of these martial artists that you fought before in your pit fighting days. He's trained in the similar school. And we didn't think we'd meet the Great Strike. Donovan's story was a little outlandish to say, but now seeing you, and you're easily like 6 to 8 inches taller than him, it is obvious his tales are not far from the truth at all. We would simply wish to learn more about you. Well, perhaps you can stay this afternoon and show us how it works.
I'm afraid we don't have an entire afternoon, but I will entertain you for the time being. Ask.
How did you come across your strength? It is not. Your size alone is not that of a normal badger. I've grown up on the road from the east to the west city here. Badgers are easily might be as strong as you, but not nearly as tall nor resilient. Those claws on your hands, if you modified them in some way.
I do sharpen them once in a while, yes.
That's it. How were they able to tear through the flesh of this Tarask with such ease if they are just simply natural instruments? Donovan wasn't quite sure how to explain that either, so we are just curious, if nothing else.
Let's put it
Uh,
that way. I was not alone. I've had some help. You might have seen the scary-looking lady flying above.
I was not there to witness any of this, no.
Any of you here in the crowd?
There's a handful of people that say, and most of the people's like, no, no, no.
Nothing then. Well, it was her who did most of the work, really. I was merely a diversion, you could say.
His eyebrow raises. Roll me an insight check as he asks about who this person is. You said, who is she? So he asks, who is she?
I'm so fed up, I'm using inspiration. And use the 21, of course.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay. How do I word this? He wants to keep you here and gather information about you. That's what he wants to do. He doesn't want you to leave here. So if and when you try to leave, he's not going to necessarily force you. You don't seem like he's that type, but you don't get the impression that uh you being here will be something that's secret. Um you're being monitored. They're curious about you. And when you are staring at the drow, they're daggers in return. Like there is a obvious they know who you're connected with as they're starting to piece those things together. It's the general impression you're getting. So they're trying to use Donovan to keep you here. And Donovan wants to stay here. He's enjoying this conversation. When you said leave, he had that look of fuck. No. So Donovan right now has that look of how can this kid try to convince his dad to let him stay longer at the park?
Well, that makes things both easier and harder simultaneously, somehow.
Yeah. So Donovan would come up and say, hey, come on, we can at least show them the morning katas, yeah? No?
Oh, you mean... And Strike immediately stands up, squares up to Donovan. You mean we should demonstrate it in a little mock battle, yes?
Okay. Donovan looks at you like, oh shit, I gotta fight you. Like he wasn't. That's not what he's excited is gonna happen. But he's like, okay. He gets kind of excited.
He also knows Strike wouldn't really hurt him, so it's serious, but it's still just for fun.
Okay. You guys go through we'll say like a narrative mock battle as you go through a couple hits. Donovan playing into Donovan's strength of being slightly more agile than you, and show them this. The thing they don't understand still is how you're able to not wear any armor and get hit, but you don't get hit, and they're just confused by this, and there's some discussion of that.
Have
Uh,
they never seen honey badgers before?
yeah, sort of, but it's your chitin stuff is slightly different.
They don't know
Um,
it.
so they don't know that. But you stay there for longer than you intend, and it took you a little longer to get there, anyways. So most of your day until sundown is kind of spent here with Donovan at the 12th house. Which you just turn you look up and like the sun's going down and you're just like fuck, where'd the day go? With everything that's gone on.
I would say, it appears we have spent more time than anticipated. With that, I'm going to take my son and leave. A good day to you all. And with that, Strike picks up Donovan. He may protest as he might. He's not getting out of this.
Okay. It's probably one of those things you have to grab him by the arm eventually and like,
Oh
come
no,
on.
I'm picking him up.
Okay, so he's kicking him a little bit. Oh, okay, fine. He eventually gives up as he turned the corner. Where do you guys go? And then
Back to the apartment. If I recall correctly, that's where we were together.
okay. So waiting for Mel to return, which we'll go to in a moment. Okay. Eros, what do you need from Rexani here? What would be the answer to his question about what can he do?
Okay. All I need is one thing. Don't get involved. And that's it.
That's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
If
He
anything,
shrugs his shoulders.
you could be more useful as a refugee center or helping people get away from any
No.
hypothetical dangers. I'm not saying that's
No.
what you should do. I'm just saying
What
if you were to.
okay. You're not going after the fucking first house, are you? Like, okay, Hyperion will fucking chop your head off.
Why would I go after the first house? I don't got beef with no dogs. I ain't got no bone to pick.
Okay. What? Then is it like the owner of the ironworks? Like, what the fuck are you doing to have destabilized this many people? No, 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 no. Never mind. Don't want to know. Never mind. Shut up. Nope. I didn't ask the question. No, I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I can't be complicit. Okay. All right. All right. Thank you. I will stay out of the way of whatever the fuck you're doing. Okay. Easy said and done. Eros did not come here. But hold on. Just okay. How you've known Drexani for a decent bit. Okay. He probably he's not gonna do that. Okay. You can see he debates about something, and player knowledge, he was totally debating about casting a spell on you to like maybe get the upper hand, but then he's like, no, it's not gonna work. It's just not gonna work. He just decides against it. He's just like, no, it involves charisma. Yeah, fuck no. And he's just like shakes his head. All right, leave, go. I'm done with you. I will leave you alone. Just leave me alone.
Eros.
Don't destroy the entire everything.
Eros chugs back her drink and she sets a gold piece on the counter. And as she gets
Thank
up,
you.
she has a very somber look in her eyes as she says, no matter what anyone says about your blatant narcissism and greedy tactics, I did enjoy working with you these past 2 years. Goodbye, Rexani. Goodbye. And I leave to go to the first house. And as I'm leaving, I also cast on myself disguise. Self.
To look like what?
To look like. What have I not looked like yet? Let's.
You've done cat. You've done squamata.
I haven't
I
done
know those
dog.
two. You have not done a dog yet.
Yeah, so I look like a dog woman with a very, very short
Okay.
tail.
Okay, so like dog, like Sinis dog, or
Yeah,
like
Sinis.
wolf.
Sinis.
Okay. All right. So, are you a pug? Are you a Labrador? What
Golden
are you?
retriever.
Golden retriever with a veil. All
That
right.
makes too much sense.
Blonde hair, blue eyes.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Golden. All right. Now that we've done a full circle, I've lost track of the inspiration because I got sidetracked with notes. Everyone get an inspiration point. For the first round of those things, 6, 7.
I'm honestly surprised Strike even entertained the entire conversation. I thought Strike was going to be like, "No, we're going home. Not talking
That
to
could have
anyone."
gone sour. Even Strike knows that.
Okay. Arrow's going to the first house. Okay, Satch and Birdman, you have gained the confidence of the 10th house with some of the investigation of this. He wants you to look more into the 12th house accusations against him a little bit. Other than that, he has Taki and Tuki. At least, if you need or want more aid, he's willing to provide. You can approach that as you see fit, I guess. But what do you guys do with that after that conversation, or is there something else you would like to ask PO before you leave?
I'm kind of waiting for a Birdman to finish up his thing because I want to do a private thing with him, essentially.
Okay. Birdman, what do you do?
Oh boy, that's a good freaking question, man. I guess like after splitting up with Setch, I would like tell Setch like I don't know where the other members of our party are. Yeah. Well, actually, I can ask Eros if she knows where everybody is. If it's still.
I don't think Eros knows at all.
I
Go ahead.
still at least have a mental connection with
With everyone else, right?
with
By this
that
point?
at least
Everyone
Mel. Just Mel.
with
and
Mel.
you.
With
Oh,
Mel.
and me. Okay,
Well,
well,
yeah.
I imagine because I would leave my office after making the plan, yeah. And the plan afterwards was we're gonna go round up the children and take them to the Batcave. And I said, great, I'm gonna go take care of my own shit. I'll meet you guys, wherever we want to meet. So I will hit up Eros in my brain and be like, hey, I don't know where you are right now, but I'm with Setch. Do you know where everyone else is by chance? Are you with everyone else, or is this one of those you went off on your own and did some crazy excursion type deal thing? I know we're really good at that, so.
Well, I wouldn't call it crazy. Just
Okay, so you did go on a crazy excursion, is what I'm hearing. Great.
I'm only tying up some loose ends, that's all.
Okay. From the world I come in, that makes it sound considerably worse. I don't know what you did. I don't want to know. That's the lawyer in me. Do you know where everyone else is?
Give me a second. Mel, where the fuck is everyone?
Button is looking for Leandra, I believe, and Strike is looking for a different one. I've just taken Althea and one of the other children to my place.
Rogar and Donovan.
Rogue.
Those are the other two. There's the
Yes.
dragon one.
I believe I have the dragon one. Yes, I have the dragon one.
Okay, so Strike's looking for Donovan, Khan's looking for Leandra, and you're going to the cave.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Birdman.
Yes.
That shit.
I'm sorry, what?
That shit. Here, just listen in your brain.
I understand.
He like replays like a recording of like Mel saying, you know, da 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 da
I
da
think
da.
I have the dragon one. Yeah.
Yes. And so you are.
So
I think you're wise enough to guess that like they're probably at the apartment. Most of them are, or making their way back there because that's like at least a central place.
I tell Setch then. I look at Setch and I go, I think they're all at the apartment. I think. And they look
Your
over.
apartment or Mel's apartment?
Yeah, you just hear him like audibly, fuck. And he, like,
Or
looks
if
up at
anyone goes to my apartment right now.
looks up at the sky, looks at the sky and goes, you just see him look up at the sky and you hear arrows. They're at our apartment, right? They're not at Mel's apartment.
Mel, they're at our apartment, not your apartment, right?
Nobody goes to my apartment.
This is like when you did a 3 or 4-way call when I was in high school before
Hang on one second.
we
Putting people on hold and shit. God.
I mean,
The dangers of having a house phone in the early 2000s.
we did
Hang on.
technically go to your apartment that one day. Wait, was that yesterday?
It was literally
It was like that was like 36 hours ago in game.
Oh, 1.5 days ago. Okay.
Okay, so they're
Mel
not.
face palming in real life.
Okay, so our apartment, not your apartment.
Hutton and Strike are taking the remaining 2 children to your apartment.
Okay, great. Birdman, yeah, they're going
up?
to our apartment.
Okay.
I'm going to the first house for a little bit. I'll be meeting up with everyone.
Oh, I'd
after
love to help
that.
you, except cops don't like me.
I know.
All right, well then that's settled. He looks at Setch and goes, my apartment.
And because that was telepathy, that literally happened in a few seconds.
I literally
Like,
look up at the sky and then just go, my apartment.
I like to think telepathy is just
Okay,
rapid
bye
fire
now. And then
conversation.
Naruto runs off.
Because of course he does.
Yeah, bye now. He just like runs away and kicks some shit.
Kick some ferrets.
He jumps up and hits the sign on the top of the door.
watch out!
Runs off.
Okay, what is where does Setch go?
I
Oh, you
stay
wanted
there.
to have okay, so seeing him, you like I picture it maybe wait for a moment to pretend like you walk away, but then you go back into the bar.
Yeah, pretty much.
There you go.
And Pio is there with a few less ferrets in the bar at Squirmies.
And pretty much I'll relay everything I found out about the first house. No, which house was it? The one that's doing the experiments and shit? How I found out the house that I found out about the terrace meat that's slowly killing people.
12th house.
Oh, 12th house. Yeah, it's the meat
Yeah,
that
12th house, yeah.
isn't coming from their actual terrace, like the meat that comes from these cloned terrasques.
Yeah. That one. I pretty much give him the down low and the rundown and the connection I have with I think he's a scientist or a teacher, or maybe both, when I can remember.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll
Yes.
give him the lowdown of that and say that I have an in with these people in case we need any leverage or if it in case it becomes like useful in the future.
So the 12th
And
house has the 5th house in their pocket.
yeah, pretty much. And they're doing some weird shit that I don't really trust.
Where the hell's Anton in all this? Looks like I gotta go meet with the gnome. Ask some questions.
And I have another question. What is our? I just found out about our dealings with the Drow recently. What's going on with that?
Oh, well, they gave us the present of Lady Altapar's head, I'm presuming. Now they're claiming that we basically created Altapar's position to allow his wife to do this thing with our resources and connection, because we got at least 9 of them bending to us. But, yeah, that's not how it happened. Great. She was independent. Altapar was independent. So the 12th house is trying to use the stage courts to... Inevitably, if they were to win, we would have to assert a new binder lord for the 10th house. And I'm presuming they would elect who that would be, being the ones that win. So, not a good idea. But then if we can get this artifact thing, leverage, blackmail, extortion, all of the above, ransom.
That sounds like a good plan. Ugh. So in
So,
terms of the Drow, our stance is friends, not friends, pretending to be friends.
right now, pretense is needed for the other houses, but I will let you know from what I know from our contacts in the 2nd, 9th, and maybe even the 4th house. They've met together, a couple of their binder lords. They're just as worried about the 12th house as we are, finally. So, I don't want to make any allies without, other pretense. So for now, we're just going to play the game of, business as usual.
Fair enough. And with the current group that I'm a part of, what's their where do they lie in all this?
Well, I'm not sure about the 2 that weren't here. They're kind of a little bit of the uh, wild card, so to speak. Big badge man, lady that's, a human lady that's rather busty. Yeah, they got connections to other houses of their own kind of worries. Uh, are you sure you're not going to get wrapped up into something that you're not ready for? He
I
smiles.
think I'm ready. I think I'm ready for anything, but as you know, my allegiance is with the house first and foremost, as per our previous agreements. But I just want to make sure there isn't any clashes or anything that can't be avoided.
Well, there are rumors on the street of the last couple days of your Lady Eros spending a little bit too much time with the 12th house, as far as I'm concerned. So they are either working for them or they're playing some sort of double agent kind of situation. I'm not exactly sure. And it makes me slightly uncomfortable. I'm not going to deny.
Yeah, I don't know much
And
about
asked
that
how
either.
much we had this conversation while I was there.
So, if this Lady Eros is planning anything big, I would like to be aware so that, the 10th house can benefit from what happens after the fact as best as possible.
Of course. And if there are any clashes between the group and the 10th house, how would you want me to act to that? Because I kind of like
Well,
these people a little bit, but
if they, I don't know if there's much they can do with what they know right now against us, but if it comes between the honor of the 10th house and one of them, I hope you would make the right choice. But as long as we play the game right now, I don't think the 12th house is aware that we're aware of all of their steps here. They're so distracted by trying to do whatever they're doing down below. That's why I needed you guys to go down in the sewers. I know, it seems from what little information I have about Lady Hero, she's been down there, at least in part. So, information from her could be useful, or whatnot. I like this idea of the artifact the man brings down, but the idea of getting it out of there with all those red eyes staring at us is intimidating, to be sure. The Drow, they've been playing this game longer than we have.
and if it does come down to the fact that the artifact is a bust, I think we could figure out a way to change the person that's in power of the 10th house to our benefit. And I'll give him a wink.
You mean the 12th house?
12th house, yes. Ronan is
He's
sleeping.
he's like looking at himself like, you're gonna kill me? Alright.
No, of course not. But I do
alright.
have a plan if it ever comes to it.
Okay. Would you like to share that plan now? Or you want to make sure the artifact is real first?
I think this is plan Z. This is the last plan because I'm sure the artifact would come through. But if it comes down to it, I'll let you in on it when the time comes.
Alright. I can settle with that. I don't know if taking more than Tacky and Tuki is a good idea with how many eyes will be on you. Maybe a smaller group is better, but you're more than welcome to see what other ferrets are willing to risk their life, or any other of the 10th house. Just tell them they'll make 1,000 gold. It hopefully will be
Fair
at least
enough.
that. He shrugs, like, you honestly don't know if it'll be. Like, you guys, this is one of those
Yeah.
things, like, you could make 1,000, or it could just be like, well, okay, this thing is not something we can make money on.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. Hopefully it doesn't come down to needing members on a suicide mission, but I'll let you know if it comes down to that.
All right,
And
well,
I'll finish my drink, and if he doesn't have anything more to say to me, I'll get up and go to my house because I don't know where anybody else is.
he said they were at his apartment.
Oh, yeah. I'll go to the apartment then.
Okay. A Birdman, you're going to the 11th.
Yes.
Okay. I found a cool picture
Nice.
for the 11th house. Giant tower.
Looks like a
Tears
strike
up
out of
your-
hell during.
Yeah, maybe. And you are greeted by a Pumthera Linkson kind of folk. Kind of a mix between the two. And they don't speak to you. They just kind of stare at you, and then the gate is kind of closed. And you last time you had an invitation, so it's a very different story now.
Kind of walk up and like look at him, like, "You gonna let me in?" Or
You have official paperwork to see one of the great archmages?
no.
Well, no. Can not let you.
I'm here to see Orca 4.
Especially cannot let you.
My name is Birdman.
Good to know.
He like looks at like, are you gonna go like even try or what? Like,
What do I get out of going to interrupt Orgafor from his creations?
well, I don't know. Really, honestly, I don't know what to tell you. The only thing I
Well,
can tell you is that I am the Birdman.
I am the Birdman. Well,
Yeah.
out of respect for a fellow Animaesus, I will go say the Birdman is here.
Yes.
See what he has to say.
Yeah, go try that. We'll see. We'll start there, and then I'll start digging in my pockets. Okay, motherfucker. Right.
You do that.
I will do that while you're looking.
He's gone for 15, 20 minutes. Comes back.
Take a piss where he's standing.
He's gone. So he steps in wet as he comes back. He's like, "What is that?" And he just talks to you. Get an inspiration point, you dirty man. Uh, he remembers you had a dinner a while back. He's not free for dinner tonight, he said.
I just need to ask him a question.
Could have told me the question before I went up there.
That's crazy. Imagine that shit. Imagine if you would have just let me in the first fucking time.
Well, what is your question?
No, I'm not going to tell you the question. I want you to let me up there, and I'll ask him the question.
He is busy at this point. He did not say he was accepting visitors at this time.
I'll wait outside the door and I'll go, "Look, I'm the Birdman."
30 minutes go by and he gets impatient. He's like, "Fine, I will go see if he's accepting visitors."
Thank you.
He comes back another 20 minutes later. And it's like, "Fine, he will see you for lunch. This way. He will see you. He will see you for dinner. That is. I'll brief dinner," he said.
Brief dinner.
Led up through some stairs, go through some teleports. You're pretty sure you've gone through one or two demi-planes. You're up at the top somehow after walking through another door, and then Orcafor is in this giant circular room. And there's this couple chained apparatuses that are holding pieces of iron work. And you're pretty sure he's slowly building an iron golem.
I'm not going to question that. I have no right to question that. So I just say, greetings.
He's the Birdman.
Soup.
Yes.
Do you just say that out loud? Just soup?
Soup. I do not have soup today. No. We have some small sandwiches. Unless you brought something yourself. And he climbs out of like this giant metallic leg and pulls up these goggles. Has like his hand with a produce flame in the form of like a welding torch. And he says, yes, food. Food is a good idea. I haven't eaten, I think, since yesterday. Those sandwiches might be that old. Maybe older.
And the Birdman shrugs. He's eating worse. It's like,
Comes down, cleans himself off a little bit, grabs a sandwich. He's covered in sweat and a little bit of soot and, metal shavings, and he's obviously burnt his beard a couple times in different places. I did not expect you so soon in return. I felt you were still unsure of our last discussion, but I assume that is why you're here.
Yes.
Well, I have, out of curiosity, began working on a scroll for this an exact endeavor, but I would like. This may be painful. This may kill you. Your curse is a visceral demon attached. It is. If you wish to go forth with it, yes, but there is a chance your soul may not ever be the same.
Looks and thinks about it for a second. Yeah, fuck it. We'll deal with it later.
Yeah. Waste not, want not. All right. Well, let's finish our sandwiches. And then we can get our log with this, I think. Kind of hums to himself as he eats and hops off the little bench and goes to another room. Gone for 5 minutes or so. Comes back with a scroll that he's bound together with a little bit of cording.
The arrow still?
And what?
Am I connected to arrow still?
Yeah, probably. I would say from the start, it was like 2 hours left. So if this is like hasn't been 2 hours,
It's like the end of it.
Okay, so I guess I message Eros and I just say, well, I don't know how this is gonna turn out, but they said I could die. So
the fuck?
I guess if I die, then
Hold up, there's always a beginning, middle, and end to a story, and you just skipped right to the last page. The
how
fuck?
dare you? How dare you lecture me about a beginning and a middle and an end?
I am very thorough about my storytelling.
Are you?
Yes.
Anyway, I'm about to die. Bye.
The fuck you are?
He just says goodbye. I might not be the same Birdman after I die. Who knows? We'll see. We'll let you know.
I'm gonna kill this fucking bird.
Oh yeah.
Da 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 da. Okay. All right. He is setting up this ritual as best as you can tell,
Oh.
and doesn't take him too long. He's kind of going through some words, mumbling the words to himself to make sure he, enunciates them clearly enough. And
Birdman told me where he was going. Right? Right. Brandy, you Birdman said where you were where he was going, didn't he?
I did say that I had to go talk to a wizard.
Okay.
That's I think all I said or last we spoke in person.
Huh. Can I insight that?
Ugh. Okay.
I'm gonna insight that. Do I know he's talking about Orcafor?
I don't know.
What did you say,
That
Brandon?
I need to go see a wizard. I'll be back.
You can. Well, the only wizard you two have been engaged with is Orcafor and Altapar. So, Altapar being dead.
Yeah, that kind of.
The only other assumption. There are two assumptions Eros makes. Somehow he's found a cleric to speak to the dead of Altapar, or he went to talk to Orcafor. That's the two things that come to mind.
Yeah, and I don't think Birdman gives a fuck about Altapar. Okay, second question. About 40 minutes have passed just him waiting at the gates.
Yes.
And I was just going to the first house for a very quick chat.
Yes.
I messaged you when I'm in the room already. So
Yeah, it was after that fact.
he's about to do it right now. I think I messaged you like as he gets up. Like to walk
Okay,
away.
I'm just saying, as soon as that message happens, Eros is immediately running off to the ninth, whatever house this is.
11.
11th house.
Yes. Okay. Then Bert, okay, Eros, what are you doing at the first house?
She, disguised as a golden retriever, goes to the 11th house, and is there like a front desk person, a receptionist in the first house?
Yes.
Okay.
A lowly guard.
So she goes up to the guard, and gods, who, right, and she says, "Hi there, I I'm I'm here to inquire about a Streckvale. Uh,
Um, he looks up at you. His eyes go wide a little bit. Yes, miss. The Streckvale. He's one of our master hunters. He doesn't usually take requests, though.
I'm a dear friend. Just if he's here right now, could you tell him the bard is here?
The bard is here.
Yes.
You don't. Oh, yeah, okay. I will leave a message for him for later to go. Thank you.
Is he not here right now?
Oh, he is. Yes.
Could you do it now then?
Oh. Mm, uh, yeah, sure. I guess. Looks back and forth. Writes on a little note. The bard is here. Walks off. Reluctantly goes down into this room down the hallway, and he. Few minutes go by. 5, 10, something like that, and the Wolfman that you've met before, who is Jim's boss. Basically, he's one of the higher ranking captains. Strickvale comes out and looks confused at the golden retriever that's there and is like, I don't believe we've met.
Eros walks up to him and says, "Oh no, we have. I just I need a minute. Trust me. I am so deep right now. Just so deep, and it's so tight, so wet."
What?
What?
Doesn't that sound familiar? And I will persuade him to recognize.
Yeah, I need a persuasion.
Natural fucking 20.
Fucking hell.
Let's
Eros
go.
said, that's Eros.
uh,
He said, "Does that sound
uh,
familiar to you?"
that's funny.
That to me.
It's kind of like it's like It's like one of these old like Looney Tune scenes kind of happens with him, you know, where he's like, his eyes go wide, he blushes a little bit, he looks behind him as if someone's gonna all of a sudden notice, which they're not.
His pupils fly out of his face.
And okay, all right, give me 1 second. I gotta read a couple notes that have been sent to me. All right, Strickville, after he pulls his jaw up, you look good.
Yes,
What do you need?
I just need a quick conversation, not very long, and I'm only looking
Okay.
like this because I kinda don't want anyone to know I'm here. So,
Okay, makes sense. Here, let's go in this room. Leads you down the hall to a different room where lights a little lantern, and you sit at a little wood table at one end, and he kind of leans at the other end.
okay, look, here's the thing. I know we haven't talked too much lately. I've been busy. Sorry about that. I don't like keeping my friends in the dark at all. But I have to ask, is the first house having issues with the 12th house?
No, he's lying.
Okay, I'm going to need you to not bullshit me right now.
He looks confused how you seem to be able to pick up on that, and he's just like, we are investigating. Yes, that's all we're doing. We haven't made any moves yet, because if we make moves, they call allies, may turn into a literal war.
Okay,
We are the only house that has enough wolves to match their drow in any way, shape, or form.
okay. Here's the thing. I'm about to unload a lot of shit onto you. And then I'm gonna have to
Oh
bail.
God.
And you're just gonna have to deal with that.
I am not the binder lord. I can only
Hey,
report such actions.
hey, don't worry. Just you report it and then watch what happens and then before midnight even rolls around. Okay, I'm just gonna start from the beginning. A month ago, I was, for an employer, investigating a warehouse controlled by the 12th house. Underneath that warehouse was a hidden room containing the corpse of a baby Tarask and blueprints on how to carve up a Tarask.
He pulls out a notebook.
Now you see, the 12th house has been making a lot of money off of Tarask meat, specifically because they figured out a way to make Tarask. The Tarask that popped up yesterday, literally last night, yeah, that's theirs. There's also another corpse of a Tarask in the caves around this area. Uh, yeah, it was around the Beast Crown, wasn't it? Yeah, somewhere in the tunnels. It's kind of a little bit burnt. There's also some burnt drow corpses nearby as well. Yeah, they've been doing this for a while now. They also managed to get a hold of a very, very powerful, dangerous artifact that I am going to steal. And I'm also going to fuck them in the asshole. Not literally, but also literally. And that might cause the city to collapse and civil war to break out. So, you've been warned. Uh, and I'll probably never see you again.
Okay. Wait, what? Okay, rewind 30 seconds. No. Okay. Don't. Eros,
Strike fail.
you're crazy.
I am absolutely 100% certain that my brain is a amalgamation of 26 years of fucked up shit. And the majority of the fuck shit has been happening in the last month.
Way too accurate.
Okay, well, it's good to know that the body that we found of the wolves makes sense with their marks. It's also good to know that the Tarask is what we think it is, connected to 12th house. How do you know this?
Because I'm a double agent. I get
Of
in
course you
close
are.
with everyone.
Of course you are. Why? Like, why do you care of anyone?
I didn't care. Okay? Look, I just
Okay,
wanted to do
okay.
a job. I did my job. They expected more from me. I did more. Then they started fucking with my friends.
Were you working for Altapar?
For one job. One job, and then he wants to get all pissed off
Oh,
because of some
goodness.
bullshit.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. You accidentally came across. Okay. This is. I thank you for letting me know. Um, this artifact, I believe, should be in possession of the city, and we, as the first house, are the most likely candidates to ensure that happens.
Yeah, problem with that is it can only be controlled by someone of talent such as moi, and
Are you kidding me?
if anyone else tries to use it, they will more than likely just die. So,
So he says this with the most exasperated but also like angry and also like kind of horny look at the same time. Are you saying you are the only answer to this?
I'm gonna put it
Y-
as simply as I possibly can. I am the queen bitch, and ain't no one gonna fuck with me.
Um,
You
everyone get an inspiration point for that line because it deserves 5, and everyone 6. That is, everyone get another inspiration point. Okay. I think that might be the title of this one.
I'm the queen bitch.
I am the queen bitch.
All
It
right.
might be. We'll see. All right.
So,
Strike Veil finishes his face palm, and
Poor Wolf doesn't know what to do with his life now.
um,
with that, I have to go back to my allies, and I have to prepare to possibly die. Or live. I don't know yet.
that's what we all do every day. Good luck, I guess. I can. Once you're out of the Drow territory, once you have further evidence of this, I can assist you up until that point. You are crazy. I hope you don't die, but you probably will.
Yeah.
And he pats you on the shoulder, looks at you twice and more before he exits the room.
I then leave the I leave the building, start walking down the street, and then eventually get the message from Birdman, immediately turn around and full sprint to the 11th house.
Okay. Um.
And when I arrive to the gate, I look at the I look at the guard because he's the person there, and I just say, "Where the fuck is the Birdman?"
He just looks at you with surprise. Okay. Mel, what do you do? How do you handle the situation you're in with the kids, and when do you go back to the others? How do you go about that process?
Well, mainly I think like the whole time she's taking the first two, because correct me if I'm wrong, the first two are the older ones.
The oldest and then the youngest, actually.
Oh, gotcha.
They're
Okay.
just Althea is just very mature. She's very, very mature for her age.
Gotcha. So I guess on the way there the first time, she would be mainly talking to the oldest and just telling him, okay, so you need to take care of them now. Like you need to establish like rules. Here are my rules for the place. Like you can't leave unless you absolutely know that it's safe, and like basically just telling him how to survive without adults, I guess. And
Adulthood in 2 hours.
yeah,
Here we go, Rogar. Good luck.
basically. Um, yeah, and then once they get there, she would sort of help them like set up a basic living situation, like a good sort of camp thing, and help them establish like a sort of watch system so that they're always making sure that they're not being snuck up on. Then after that, she would probably leave those two to set up a little camp thing, and then go back and get the others.
Okay. Rogar establishes a patrol and checkpoints and whatnot. Althea starts to work on like food and resources kind of thing while you're gone. And I would I would like you with all the traffic going on to roll me a stealth check as you come back into the city.
Okay. Fuck. Inspiration? Much better.
So much better.
Only that's like almost 3 times better. So okay, yeah, no worries. It's like we'll say like the reroll is like you almost directly ran into a Drow patrol, and then you
Just
about face down
backflips into shadows.
and okay,
Break the back and save the day.
Those of you waiting in the Cotton and Strike waiting in the apartment for Setch, for Mel to come and take the children to her lair, which sounds like ominous and like witchy and like vampire-y to the extreme.
Yeah. Y'all better be
Taking
happy that Mel's a good person, because it would be
I'm
so easier to just like kill them right now.
like you, it's like you're saving snacks for later. Dark minds.
I'm just stocking my pantry.
It's probably near sundown when that happens. And Mel there, Leandra, as you come in the room, is closest to the door, ready to leave, like almost kind of angrily. Donovan is sitting next to Strike in such a way that there's like almost a metaphysical leash to where Donovan's like afraid to leave Strike's like reach. after everything that's happened. And then Cotton
the
and
boy.
Setch are in the room, in the kitchen area, sprawled about in different positions, I imagine, as they see fit. What do you guys do when Mel arrives? Is there anything you can have a little scene or whatnot? Do you?
There's more people here than there were earlier.
I'm just
Long
like,
time no see, Setch.
how's your apartment going? Since the last time we saw you there.
Eye twitches. Still smells like fucking weed.
Story.
Yeah, look, I tried my best to prestidigitation it out, but I think weed has its special properties to it.
I was also
Yes.
blessed by a god.
Well, that's quite alright,
Fucking awesome.
Live and let go. Move on. I don't
That's
hold
just
grudges.
much. So she's just like laying on like do they have a couch at their apartment?
Do we have a couch in our apartment? No.
Yes.
No,
No,
We don't?
it's a bunch.
We
No, it's
don't.
a bunch of. You got. We'll jump there.
we have one fucking kitchen table that has 4 chairs around it
And that's it.
a furnace, and
That's
that's
not
it.
enough chairs.
No, it's not. I usually
No,
sit
it's not. You guys never bought a couch,
never
so
in a place that isn't like the windowsill or on top of the furnace or like unless it's like in a chair.
Come to think of
Oh,
it, Strike barely ever sits either.
And all of our shit is stolen.
Strike. You said specifically that you spent most of the time in the cave, anyways. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, we have a coffin, we have Eros's bed, and we have Cotton's
No, the
bed.
coffin's technically gone.
Oh right, we've
I-
lost the coffin.
It's fucking sad.
No longer have a coffin.
Actually, it's
Yeah.
fine though. Use it for a good reason.
The
You
coffin.
did use it for a good reason.
No, it was not intended for its original purpose.
No, actually, but we ended up using it for its intended purpose, so it's fine.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It worked out.
So you have, yeah. There's chairs at the table, and there's this stove oven situation, and then you have like a writing desk that is for the house, basically. This is Cotton's room. This is Eros's room, and this is Birdman's room.
I guess I'll vibe on a chair with my feet up on the table. Just like thinking. So what's the plan, guys?
Well, I have to take the other 2 children to my secret lair.
Oh, you have a lair now.
Secret lair, yes.
Oh, I don't think it's gonna be secret for long.
If you tell anyone
Tell me.
outside
know
of
where
the
you're-
group,
I don't know where your lair is.
you don't tell anyone outside of the group that I even have one.
Wait, you told us that you have one.
Yes? Don't tell anyone else.
That you have a secret lair to begin
Yes.
with.
Yes.
So no parties in your lair? When's the housewarming?
There will be no housewarming.
Well, I say let's go, unless there's a reason not to, Leandra says. Are you ready, Aunt Cotton?
Oh. Leandra, were you under the impression that any adults would be there?
Yeah. They said everyone was coming.
It seems there's been a slight miscommunication.
Uh,
So everyone's not coming?
You and your siblings will be there safely, alone, while we deal with some threats within the city. And then we will return to bring you back after said threats are dealt with. Very short amount of time.
Well,
You shouldn't be concerned.
no, I'm not concerned. I just think that I can help. You know, like this is
Which is precisely why we want you to go. Because, you know, a couple of your siblings, they seem to be fragile or not super skilled in combat. So if you all are there, especially if you're there, you can protect them from anything that might slip through the cracks.
That's where Strike pushes forward and would basically take Leandra to the other room and says that he basically also an explanation for things that have been happening lately. If she lets herself be taken to that room, that is, he doesn't want to force her.
okay. I guess that's fine.
So he sits down and says, "Look, I know a lot has been happening lately. I know I haven't been the most sound of mind myself. It's just that I don't want to get your kids involved any further than you need to be until we've cleared the mentioned nonsense that we gotta take care of. I promise that I will explain all of it when it is over. But right now we are a little pressed for time. Would that be agreeable with you?"
um,
Muted.
Knew it.
Uh, we need to. Okay, yeah, sure. But you tell us everything when you get back.
I will.
I know I'm not the only one that feels this way.
I'm
We all. It's our city too. This is our home.
and
As crazy and fucked up as it is. She
that's what
looks at you when she says fuck, like, is that okay? Almost.
Strike nods, and that's when he says, "That's precisely why we need to do something about it, to make it less fucked up. Oh, and sorry about the other day. It wasn't really okay of me to, you know, dump all of that on you out of nowhere."
You're okay, old man. Come on, let's.
Old man? That's where he reaches out and aggressively pets her head.
Okay, open it, going out the door. Okay, all right, let's go before he tries to hug me or something.
And that's exactly what he does.
And she leans into it for a second, but she's still trying to, act like it's not a big deal. Donovan is just like, um, okay. Taps his
Donovan
feet
gets
together. He's very intimidated by Mel. Like he's just very intimidated by Mel. He's just like looking up at her, just like after what he's heard, what Strike said. Like now he's seeing the person that was the person that actually took out the Tarrasque. He's just like, boy, what Strike claimed, he's just staring the entire time Strike was talking to Leander and just at you, Mel, just like,
As soon as Strike
are
sees
you gonna eat me? Like,
I think whenever he says that, Mel would like smile a little bit to like show just a teeny little bit of her fang and wink at him.
if he wasn't a coyote, it would be probably a little more scary. But since he's a coyote, he's like, okay, you have teeth too. Oh, you have teeth too. Oh.
Don't worry about it.
All right.
My this
Donovan and Cotton like just completely like interrupts and
Hmm.
comes out of the kitchen to bring them the sandwich because like she didn't. I don't know. She was really intent on bringing them the sandwiches because she's going to miss them. I guess trying to do something nice with them before they go. Yeah.
Donovan has to be told by Leandra twice not to eat it right then and there and save it for later. But she puts it away and she thanks you for both of them. And Donovan kind of grunts and groans, but says thank you. And then he goes in for a hug, just out of like he's the most immature of all them, and he's I think the youngest, if I remember, like middle youngest.
Yeah, like 12 years old.
Yeah, so he's very immature. He's still like a 6-year-old in some ways. And he goes in for a big bear hug to Cotton, and Leandra kind of comes in for a hug around Cotton. Afterwards, kind of gracefully, and she, whispers in your ear, "Thank you, for everything. You've taught her how to be a rogue, how to do the thing that she's doing."
See each other again.
We will. She says as she pulls away, and Donovan's like, "Yeah, hell yeah. And if not, I'll come rip out some throats."
That's my boy.
Growls.
Throat's back.
And they go to the door with Mel. And
before they leave, you see as they can see the snake tattoo slowly transforms into a proper snake, and I'll give it to Leandrine saying, "If anything happens, give him a squeeze till he pops into shadow, and we'll know if something's gone wrong. But hopefully it doesn't." And I'll give her Ebony, my snake, to hold for a bit.
he's that's cool. She takes the snake, wraps around her arm, goes up, kind of sits on her shoulder a little bit as it kind of slightly wraps around her neck, and she's a little intimidated by it, but how calm you are kind of makes her calm about it, and she nods, and I will.
She doesn't have fangs; she can't bite you.
Wow, that's unfortunate. Maybe we might need her to bite. Smiles
Yeah.
and then nods, and Donovan's like, "Cool, we have a pet snake now.
You're borrowing my pet snake,
We're fostering a pet snake now. See,
and for emergencies, you're going to squeeze her a bit till she pops, so we know something's gone wrong."
so we have to murder her. All right."
Yes, but do it gently.
Strike's considering to
Gently murder my pet snake.
That's a
That
possible other title.
Gently murder my pet snake.
squeeze your snake.
Okay. Mel will, I guess, then will lead the other two through the city. I would like the group to assist Mel and the children with getting out of the city without any issues. how does the group do that? As I am going to roll stealth checks for the children and whatnot.
I'll cast seeming to make them seem just like different people.
Ooh,
Well,
okay.
like all the kids.
I give them
Well,
a little bit of a warm up with an athletics check. Like a bit of warm up practices like hide in the shadows and stay alert, shit like that.
I'll turn Mel into like a grandma and the kids into just like regular kids.
okay. Okay. Uh, cool.
I was gonna
Gain.
say he makes her look like a real age, but that would just be dust.
All right. Lucy, Brandon, do you do anything?
There, right? So
No, Brandon's not there. That's true. Lucy, do you do anything to help with him to get through the city? No, you could follow them until they get out of the city or whatnot, but you don't have to. Okay.
Can I burn a rage for that to get advantage on the athletics?
Sure. Okay. All right. You guys are able to forewarn the Grandma Mel by climbing through the city, stealthing through different alleyways throughout, and assist them as they're disguised as other beings and children from the city. And you pass by a half dozen or so different groups from not just the 12th house. There's other kind of groups from the first house and second house, which is a newer sort of development that you guys start to notice today. There's groups of frogs that have little not beetle men, like grasshopper men that are with them, that are like started to patrol throughout the city during the second half of the day looking for things. And you find your way to your kind of tunnel system that's connected to the waterways of the ancient tortoises and lead the talkative and kind of absent-minded Donovan with Leandra and Ebony down into the depths. And we will go to the next day, unless someone else has something that I've missed. Nope, we still need to Brandon. Then we'll go to the next day.
Brandon
And it looks through
and
my
arrows.
snake's eyes, so I know where where
Mm.
Mel's heart at.
yes.
That's cool. That's
Ah,
cool.
God damn it. Could I have any like inclination that he would do that?
Roll an Arcana check. I like to know and see if you understand the purpose of the.
Can I roll a deception check?
No.
Oh,
Well, they don't pass anyway, so.
You should roll it anyway. Let's go.
Yep. Okay.
that was a low
Because
roll.
you could also have failed and been bad.
Ooh,
I
yep.
mean, technically, it would have
No,
matched.
Fender wins.
Ooh, it would have matched.
Defender wins. So okay. Eros comes to the door. Says the Birdman here is here. He's like, yes, he's upstairs with Orca 4. He takes you upstairs just to kind of get it. He's just like, I don't want to go up and down the stairs 3 more times, so let's just go meet Birdman. Just like, learn from this lesson the hard way, and just takes you upstairs to. He remembers you from the first time you came, and the Birdman. Time wise, this would be like as Birdman's waiting for the guy to get the ritual set up. As best as I can see in my mind. So you come into the room with the guard here who Master Orcafor, and Orcafor kind of waves him off and then sees no, oh yes, she can join. and Birdman, Eros, ran, panting heavily as they're still trying to catch their breath because they did have to rise a couple stairs after running over here.
I think for a magical
Orca-
tower, wouldn't have to run so much. Fuck.
Well, we have to keep our limberness in some fashion.
Fuck off.
I'm sitting reading books most days, so we thought it was a good idea. I now judge differently. That's why I made the 3 or 4 teleports. You're welcome.
Okay. Birdman, what the fuck are you on about? Dying.
I was trying to be dramatic.
You,
He,
do you know?
he's probably not going to die.
I was gonna be like a dramatic thing. Like,
He might
I'm gonna
live,
die.
is the point here.
Yeah, see, I might live.
Eros has both
I've
her
only
hands.
ever used this to remove the curse of lycanthropy. I don't know if it works the same for his curse. It might not.
Eros
It's a
is
wonderful thing to investigate.
rubbing her hands on her face,
Fine.
just dragging her hands down her face. Oh my god.
Birdman.
Here, we need to make this extra dramatic now. Let's go out on the patio. And he
Yeah.
leads
Make
out to
this extra
patio.
dramatic and I will kick you in the fucking balls.
Hell yeah.
Well, I'm going out to the patio. I don't have any balls anyway, so haha.
Hell yeah, you're getting kicked in the balls. What's the-
That's the fault.
He just is walking out of the
Birdman.
room.
Birdman, you, all people, should know. Not. Don't fucking scare me like that.
I'm gonna be fine. That's fine. He's
It's
not gonna die. You heard him. He said might die. That's like possibility.
you.
Birdman,
You
get an
understand.
inspiration point.
You understand. I am about to go on a fucking suicide mission. And
Me too. Or we're gonna do it together. Right?
not if you die now.
Well, if I die now, then you won't want to die. So think about it that way.
Birdman. I don't know what I would do if I didn't have you. I don't know. You are the most important person to me in the entire world. I
He just holds his arms out like, yeah, you can hug me. It's okay. It's fine. I get it. Like,
She takes him up on that and is tightly grasping him.
I want to do this together. But I want to make sure that you're here.
he looks at you and says, in your voice, sometimes we just have to learn to be better.
It's ready.
Let's go. Come on.
Eros.
This could be excruciating, and I might die. But
Be fine.
if, you know,
Maybe.
Fine,
I'm glad that you're here.
fine. You better not
All right.
fucking die.
Well, I'm gonna, maybe there's a few things we can do to ensure
I will
this
rip
doesn't
your tongue
happen.
out and shove it up your ass. I swear to fuck.
Yeah, we look at each other. Okay. Scream at him.
I'm just trying to help here. Is all I'm trying to do.
Okay, I have to go. I have to go. He's like trying to like pull away from you. Like I have to go. I gotta
Here,
let's
here.
go. I gotta go.
Come into my circle.
Come into the circle.
Eros, let's go. Very, very, very hesitantly.
He pulls out a crystal bead
Oh shit.
and puts it in the center of the circle. And he starts to mumble arcane words over it as he circles his fingers and gyrates in different ways. And he eventually, a 10-foot or so radius little boom globe of energy just appears around where you are. And he opens his eyes and he holds his hand in front of his face, and the crystal is like floating in the center of that hand where his palm is, and he's just like holding that there, and he's just like, all right, I can hold this for a minute or so, and hopefully, if this is going to do any adverse effects, it will ensure that you don't die. That's ensuring. Asking if I guess this is physical. I'm not quite sure. We're doing a metaphysical thing. It could just. Souls are weird. Nonetheless, let's give it a shot. And then he comes up to you, and he's mumbling a couple words, and then with his other hand, he goes to touch Birdman's chest with 2 fingers.
Eros,
Does Birdman let him do it? Does everyone? Does Eros let him do it? I guess.
Eros is going to do something she has never once done in her entire life. She is going to clasp her hands together and is going to pray to the only god that she's ever talked to Mistra,
no.
and is going to say in that prayer,
Please protect him.
Okay. You don't hear any response, but you generally feel good about the words that you said. And Birdman, his 2 fingers touch your chest, and you flash back to the last time you remember being an elf.
Whoa. So I'm like
What
a little
was you?
kid now.
You're like a little kid. What was that? What was that memory like?
Whoa. Okay, so I imagine it probably sucks pretty bad, right? Because it's probably some sort of like my parents are like doing some sort of spell. They're like arguing at each other, like we have to figure this out, like blah blah blah. And then something like crazy happens. Like I don't know if they put something in wrong or they say something wrong or something happens and there's like an explosion, and then that would be pretty much all I would remember, I think, right? Because I'd be like a little kid, like walking in to my parents doing some funky shit, and then yeah, yeah,
Okay.
that's the last thing I remember about being an elf, like looking down at myself or like seeing myself in a mirror, like before, like my parents do this spell that turns me into a bird.
Okay, while Birdman has that vision flashback of his past, you all see. I mean, that is Orcafor and Eros in specific, but as Orcafor touches his 2 fingers to his chest, his feathers, Birdman's feathers, start to just fall out. like raindrops, just like emanating from where he touched the chest, like outward, almost in like a ripple. And then his beak just kind of like sloss off like a chunk of melted cheese just off his face, just falls to the ground. And he's eventually able to grab at his head and kind of pull off some of the feathers, and eventually the feathers get pulled out and you can kind of see long tattered kind of matted hair that is kind of underneath, and he looks like he's been tarred and feathered more or less by the time he's done.
Dark, yeah, like nice dark, like black hair that just like kind of comes out as he's like. I imagine it's probably like, pretty long, so he just like is picking feathers out of his hair, like it's all goopy and gross, probably. Like after his beak falls off and scratching at himself and stuff.
You feel very good despite everything, and as you look at yourself over, everyone can see, and most noticeably to Eros, just by the immediate association. The where you were touched, Orcafor is staring at it curiously as well. Where you were touched with his two fingers, there is a brand that is a star shape, and it glows like blue-white. And Eros, you know from your connection with Mystra and what you've done with Mystra that that's her symbol.
Eros.
So
Eros will like try to take a step forward, but will like stumble a little bit as her muscles like get to relax, and whether or not Birdman allows it again, she pulls him into a tight hug.
I imagine I'm pretty incoherent right now. I imagine, so you can't say no. He just kind of slumps over, I guess. Like,
Has Birdman been returned to Brian?
Can I talk? Like
you can talk. You also notice. Okay, let's put it this way. Okay, you lose your mimicry trait.
Okay.
But you gain dark vision.
Oh shit!
You regain your Fey ancestry.
Oh shit!
And you gain the trance effect that elves have.
Nice.
Everything else is the same.
Nice.
So
the Kenku training and stuff is all the same too?
Yeah, you still have that training. You grew up with that training.
You know how to speak again?
Oh, and because you're wood elf, you do have your 35 speed.
Oh, nice! I'm faster.
But everything else is the same.
Whoa.
If you would like to trade out your Kenku training for the Mask of the Wild from Wood Elf, you can. But
no, I think the Kenku training is sick, so we're gonna keep that.
So, but you are now a Wood Elf by classification officially.
Oh my god! You look up and dude, did I get taller or am I like?
What
was it like 5?
How you're 5'6".
5'6".
Elves
Okay,
don't have to be very tall, so
yeah.
We'll say you're about this. You're
about the same size.
You're about the same size, but your ears as a wood elf
probably long.
They're shorter than high elves, but they kind of arc back just above the ridge of the back of your head, sort of. So your ears are like 5 6 inches long.
ice.
Eros.
So yeah, I have this nice like long, like black hair, I guess ish.
Yeah, and wood elves usually have some sort of, nature colored eyes.
Yeah, I have like I imagine like being a bird, I probably have like these yellow eyes, these like yellowish brown, like super auburn eyes.
Eros is letting go of the hug. She puts her hands on your face and looks you right in your eyes and says,
Can you talk?
Think so?
Well,
Uh,
you're not using my voice?
I was excited for this, but this is fucking weird.
Hmm.
Like really fucking weird.
Oh, that would be good. Eris, you've never heard this voice exactly, right? You've only heard this voice in telepathy, so now your ears actually hearing it. It's like
At least
it's
I didn't die.
completely.
So that's good news.
Orcafor would speak up. That mark is odd, though.
It's not.
I'd never saw that happen before.
Eris places her hand on the mark.
You got me, Doc. What?
This is the mark of the goddess Mistra.
Is she hot? I mean, what?
I bet she's hot.
Nice.
The goddess Mistra is supposed to be a beautiful lady, yes.
Nice.
Why would the goddess Mistra care about your soul?
Dude, fuck if I know, but I'm gonna take it.
I asked for
Hey.
her help.
The goddess Mistra listened to you?
We're
Yeah,
tight.
dude. She's the queen bitch.
I am the queen bitch.
Maybe there
And then
is hope for this after all.
And then Birdman looks at you and he says, oh, you are the queen bitch. Like, hella excited. Like, I didn't have to say, I'm the queen bitch. I didn't have to repeat what you said to me.
No, you didn't.
Now I can scream. Oh my god.
Say something you've never been able to say before.
Suck my fucking cock! He just like screams it out like hella loud.
And the echo carries throughout the city. And that and
What's up, sluts?
You guys, let's to speed it up a little bit. You guys
Come back to the apartment.
come back to the apartment, and it's probably I don't know, what is that, like 30 minutes after Mel leaves with the children. Birdman is covered in this black goop like tar substance and feathers, but it's not a
Prestidigitation.
Birdman. Okay, it takes 12 times easy.
Is he wearing
A couple
clothes?
presidents. It's probably nasty.
He still has his clothes, yes. He has his leather jerkin and his traveling clothes, but they're like covered in this nasty goop stuff. So it takes a long time. You'd have to do the clothes and everything. It takes a while to get the nastiness out. So as you're walking, just bling, ling, ling, just, like tar just dripping and falling off you, or as you walk through the city.
Eros would also say while doing all that,
You know, I always questioned how I would feel you no longer being the Birdman.
Dude, I'm strutting around like Bruce Almighty when he figures out he's God.
And
I love that scene.
I'm strutting around acting like I got the power, dude. I got the power.
He doesn't
Steal-
walk.
I
He fucking struts.
I steal people's shit. Like, what are
he
you gonna
has
do about
he
it?
has a handful of apples, some fish.
A lot of
Uh,
and
you
honestly,
know,
This is
Honestly,
fucking great.
I thought I would hate that you aren't covered in feathers, but
Hmm.
I'm just glad
mean-
you're still here.
I could still be covered in feathers if you really want me to. I mean, I could go back and just turn myself back into a bird. I'm sure that probably won't be
You
a
don't
problem.
You don't have to do that.
Well, I wasn't gonna do that. I'm glad you
I
said
know
that,
you
'cause I
weren't
really
going
don't
to
need
do that.
You would have to piss off another demon. So.
That's not hard.
That's easy.
Yeah, actually, that's
And
considerably
or a wizard or someone that's gonna curse
That's
you.
even
Yeah.
easier.
That's probably
You know, go to Orcafor, insult his mother. It's like,
Yeah.
all right, fine, I'm gonna turn you back into the Kenku, you motherfucker.
Oh shit, yeah.
But of course, when we
I'm here now.
before we go into the house, the apartment, you gotta let me introduce you first.
Oh, wait, what?
I
Oh, you know,
I go in
rifle
first.
easily aggressive.
I go in first, and then you come in after
Oh.
I set you up.
Oh, I was thinking I'd just kick the door down and say "What's up,
And
sluts?"
let-
like I usually do. But yeah, it's fine.
Okay. And okay, random question. Okay, no, I don't. Okay, never mind. Never
Now
mind.
you have to ask it.
Ask.
Now you said it.
it.
Now that I've said it, okay. Well,
Now you said
you're my brain when I saw your picture back on this map is like, okay, what did you do with your beak?
Oh, I kept it.
Okay, I was just like my brain thinks of those things.
I picked it. I picked that motherfucker back up.
So it's like, okay, your beak is like a demonic artifact now, basically. You know, it's like I'm not like it doesn't do anything, but it's rare as fuck. Like a Kenku beak, like you know, like that's like
And a Kenku beak that was not acquired via poaching. Ethically sourced.
So like that has to be like a resource in some sort of fucking spell. You know what I mean? Like that has to be.
I'm
You
gonna
know,
take
some
it.
weird spell is like they're gonna use a Kenku beak to do something, and
You know what? I just so happen to have.
or you know, some later on in the campaign you don't have a weapon, you pull out your beak to stab the person in the
shit.
eyeball.
Yeah.
You know, I don't
Combine it
know.
with the Tarrasque.
Oh,
We still have that too.
I combine it with the Tarrasque horn.
Yes, make a fucking
beak
scythe
horn.
out of that thing.
A beak horn. Oh god.
A fucking lucerne or some shit.
Oh yes.
We're gonna do that, definitely.
So you,
Concerned.
Mel, how quickly do you want to go there and back? We with the two other children.
She would be traveling fairly quickly. However, I do think she would have stopped at some point along the way and like I don't know, gotten Leandra like a short sword or something like that. Just to make her feel like important.
Okay, she has a short bow, so cool. All right, short sword. All right, yeah. Okay, stop. Spend a couple gold. And then the Leandra gets a short sword. Donovan,
He already has the +1 more.
that's true. He has the
And a
+1
dagger.
flail and a dagger and a club.
And Roga has a great sword.
That is true. Rogar has a great sword.
I gave it to him. The one we looted.
Okay, yeah, I put it on. Okay, I was like, I don't remember a sheet. Okay, so together, okay. Um, timing wise, so you guys would probably have, that's many feats.
Many feats. All defeat.
Y'all getting so much time away from mom today.
I look at travel pace again. It's minutes. Okay, so because it kind of matters. Okay, it only, I guess, really matters if you guys are wanting to do the drow thing before a long rest, I guess. This is the only way this travel would really matter. It would take, if you're going as fast as possible, it will take you 10 minutes. If you're going not as kind of the middle pace, it'll take you more like 15, 20 to go back and forth. No.
Roxana needs saving. We go.
Because I think the thing is, like, the only person who's really used anything is Eros. Like, everyone else is pretty much topped off.
Yeah, pretty much.
So, okay, so you guys wait for Mel to quickly go back and forth, get the kids situated, and then it's probably like 30 minutes that you wait tops for Mel to go back and forth through the city and then the tunnels. Well, it's kind of outside the city too, but still, it's not that far. So yeah, 30, 40 minutes that you're waiting for Mel.
The question is, who gets to the apartment first, Birdman and Eros, or Mel?
Depends on how many places we stop.
Yeah, how many places you stop? Because it's probably like you would get there like 10, 15 minutes before then. So I'm just trying to see if you guys were spending minutes rather than hours distracted by things, is really what
No,
I'm
I
trying to
think-
see.
I think I would want to go back to the apartment like as fast as possible because that is the plan, is to go and do the drow thing. So after we figured all this shit out, then we were gonna go back and do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would want to go back as fast as possible.
Are okay.
I know you want to take me to like Marcello's. I know you want to take me to like a bunch of places, but I don't think we have a lot of time on the slot at the moment. So
Actually, she doesn't want to. She wants to be back at the apartment too.
yes,
Okay.
go.
So you would probably converge all within the same 20 minutes of each other. Gather your resources that you want to take with you, that maybe stop at a couple apartments if you've needed to in the last hour or so of game time, and like grab, rations or water or whatever. You guys don't know what you're exactly getting involved in.
Can I pick up some for my
Mel and Birdman would know that you're going to part of the Underdark by the description of Arrows. Like you're leaving the city proper. So there is that. The question now stands, once you've reconvened together, do you go in the front door or the back door?
Well, I mean, the real thing is we first gotta reintroduce Birdman to the group.
Oh yeah. Okay. So we'll say until everyone arrives for brevity's sake and also because of drama. There's just this awkward elf man sitting in the corner of the room until everyone's here. So you don't have to explain yourself 6 times to everyone. It's just like, oh, da, 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 da. Right. And then Mel comes through the door after taking the kids gone for all together close on a couple hours back and forth between this. But you all
Eros
She walks in. Who the fuck is that?
Eros claps her hands and says,
Your
"Great!
worst nightmare."
We're all here. It's been a while since we've all been together. That's kind of weird. But
It was literally yesterday, I think.
yesterday is tomorrow's gift to the world or something. Point is, everyone, I'd like you all to meet my bestest friend in the whole world, Birdman.
That's an elf.
Ian? Is that you?
In the flesh, bitch. What up, Steven?
Fucking hell, you are kidding me!
Relax, stands up. What up, Steven?
What a Robin! Did I mention a chest bump?
Yeah.
Can you really
And
call
I have a
that
negative 8 strength, so
Birdman?
you fucking knock me on the floor like, ow.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. It's fine.
I mean,
Awesome.
he's never had a name before, and it's always just been Birdman.
Surely-
So
Surely now it would be something like Elfman or something like that.
No,
Brian.
Elfman sounds dumb.
Yeah,
You can't
Elfman
just
sounds
say-
dumb.
Brian.
Yeah.
You look
Brian.
you look
Brian.
kind of like a Eugene, to be
My
honest with
name
you.
Brian. Eugene.
Oh, you're so right.
That's what I'm going with.
Mm.
Eugene.
Eugene
You
is
need-
so
Eugene
lame.
Birdman.
Eugene is the name of the clients who come in who are just so desperate and have zero tact at all. That is not this elf.
Eugene Krabs.
Eugene Birdman.
My brother's name was Eugene.
You had a brother named Eugene.
Yes.
Well,
Yeah.
I am sorry for your
What
loss.
is hijack? Bruh. That's a big fat bruh from me, dog.
That's an Ufa.
You had a brother named Eugene. Is that canon?
It was
bro?
a long time ago. Yeah, it actually is.
Obviously the Wait, your brother
Well,
Eugene
I
is
don't know,
now dead?
Bertman. You don't even smell like Bertman. I mean, I guess I'm gonna gotta believe you when you say
mean-
you're Bertman, but
I mean, I can go like smell like Birdman if you want me to. I mean, I just gotta go roll around in some dirt or some shit outside. Maybe steal
I'm
a couple
so
crowds.
confused and overwhelmed.
God, and it's fine because now I can give you pets.
Oh my god.
Now it's not weird. Now it's not weird.
While it's happening, Strike sniffs you, takes up your new scent.
Cotton
It's
says, "Why you?"
it's relatively the same, but there's a more it kind of reminds you of Talaria, and it makes you sad a little bit.
Oh yeah, that's pretty sad.
That is sad.
I didn't even think about that. Well,
That's pretty sad. Anyway,
that's unfortunate. Yeah. Well, she made her decision.
Yeah.
As you all know, she is deceased now, or maybe you didn't. I don't know how good I was at communicating as a bird. I'll be honest with you guys.
I think you did an A+ job.
I don't think I did an A+ job.
you
I
got
think
your
I did-
point across more often than not.
Okay, well,
Yeah, it's true.
I mean,
Why were you? Why? Like, why were you a bird person? A bird person?
good question.
It's all like weird, flashbacky stuff. I believe, from what I saw when Orcafor used his spell on me, the last thing I remember being an elf was walking into a room and getting blasted with some sort of weird energy, and then I was a bird. And and then my parents
Wow.
didn't want me, and they kind of threw me out of the tower, and here we are.
What?
So, we're
What
not
a
gonna.
horrible fate.
Well, you know how it is. Shit happens.
I feel like I'm dreaming. Is this real?
Yes.
Like,
And Strike pinches your cheek, Cotton.
what do I have to say about that? I guess I'm awake.
Feels pretty real, doesn't it?
Well, maybe. I guess this is real.
Oh, this is very real. And what
The
we're
weirdest
about
thing
to
is, like, I don't really know how I'm supposed to prove myself that I actually am the Birdman.
You still
'cause-
have your beak.
Oh yeah, I still have my beak. I hold it up because this is my beak.
Oh.
I'm
Not
kind of
sure how
like,
to feel about that.
If you want to roll an investigation or survival check to confirm it's his beak, you can.
I mean, are you all
What?
really going to say that I, Eros, am lying to my friends?
Well, to be fair,
I'm
Cotton's not
confused.
sure at all. Cotton has no. That it kind of looks plastic to Cotton. You
I mean,
know.
like, what if
could be fake, honestly.
what if
I just
everybody
believe it.
asks me? What if everybody asks me a question that Birdman would know, and only Birdman?
Like resin, I should say, instead of plastic.
No, I believe you. But please don't use that beak for soup.
I'm not going to. I'm probably gonna
I
stab
will
something
use
with
that
it.
beak to. I will grind it up and use it as, I don't know, a garnish.
Oh my god! Like we put it in like a pepper shaker.
I don't want to use his beak for any cooking.
Is it
Ever.
cannibalism if you eat part of what used to be your body?
Dude, you know
That
what?
would be auto cannibalism.
Maybe.
Maybe so.
That sounds kind of metal. Not gonna lie. I mean, I don't want to eat my beak. I don't. I
If
mean,
it is your beak, honestly, like it looks like what? Like it looks fake to me. Like, was it? It doesn't even look like it comes from an animal. It just looks like
I'm
some kind of model.
dude, I like kind
Right.
of put it on my
confused
hand.
as to the transformation process that occurred. Like, if this body that you have now is the same person as the Birdman that was before, and you underwent some sort of transmutation, why would you still have a piece of what used to be you? Like, it just seems. I'm not questioning whether you are or not Birdman, because your mannerisms, frankly, are way too specific. But I'm confused as to the magic process.
You know, if I could tell you, I would. But honestly, I don't know shit about
Here's
magic.
the thing about magic. Illusions, sure, they don't leave traces behind, unless you can sense arcane residue. However, transmutation, from what I know, if you study in the right scrolls, even as a bard, you could learn a few things. But when I use my disguise self spell, I technically am doing an illusionary thing. I think. Wait, let me think about it for a second.
You've been exactly zero help.
I am trying to explain it. Illusions, yes, don't leave things behind. But transmutations actually can create physical aspects. And those physical aspects can be removed. This is a curse, so it wasn't just born of him, it was added to him.
Yeah,
So,
it sounds like mumbo jumbo. He kind of just touched me on the chest, and I turned into an elf.
I don't know the exact process of the ritual that he performed, but essentially he melted the curse away. There was literally a pile of feathers and a lot of gunk that I had to clean away.
That's one way to figure this out. Ryan, could I have that beak for a moment?
I feel like this is not going to actually figure out anything.
And I'm going to stab my own arm with it.
Oh my god!
You're gonna what?
I stabbed your arm with my beak.
You go into a do you want to go into a rage? Like, what are you doing?
No, I just
my
kind of casually stab it, not like full.
Oh, wow.
Okay, you stab your arm.
Casually stab it.
You take 1 point of damage.
Well, I guess that's one way to find out if it's
Yeah,
real or not.
I would recognize its sting anywhere. That's the genuine thing.
I'm convinced.
Yeah, don't just trust the words of, me at all. Okay, sure.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I don't believe you the first time you said it.
You know,
Why
I will give you
not?
the
This man is an elf. He used to be a bird. He had a beak
You know,
where his mouth is.
I will give you the benefit of the doubt. That is kind of a strange scenario. This is kind of a strange scenario, isn't it? We're all kind of just standing around looking and thinking about
People,
Your
we-
whole job is lying.
Important
no, it's
question.
not. My
Are
job
you
is not
speaking in
lying.
your voice that we hear in our heads?
Yes.
Then why is there any room for doubt?
Okay, my job is not lying. My job is getting people really horny and not giving them anything. That's not
that is
lying.
lying.
That's
I
called
think that is
teasing.
lying.
No.
No, I think that is lying.
No. I set out
I
in the
would say it's
rules
lying.
that sex
Wait.
is off the table.
Ah, true.
That's entirely fair.
Yes. Actually, if we're thinking about whose job it is to lie, I think
That would be
actually at the end of the day,
Birdman's.
it's my job to lie. Yeah.
You're a lawyer, after all.
And
I am a
besides,
liar.
Besides, why is it so crazy that he was once a bird and is now an elf? You are a vampire
insane.
that's lived
I'm
for
saying
I don't
that
know
it
how
was.
long. You, pointing at Setch,
That's
are some fey thing and we don't even know what it is. And like 500 feet away from us is a giant monster that could bring about the end of the world and is only being contained by 13 narcissistic assholes who are conveniently agreeing not to let it wake up.
I'm not saying I don't believe you.
Yeah,
I didn't say anything.
I'm not suggesting that this is not the same person that we were talking to before. I'm just saying it's weird.
It is very weird. I will give you that.
Brian is Brian, but more importantly, and he draws his axe, we have some Drow to kill. Let's
We
fucking
do.
go.
I want to kill some Drow. I want to use this body.
I did all the proof we need.
Okay. Yeah,
I
let's.
fucking hate Drow.
Okay, yeah, moving on. The first order of business Drow.
Getting a sick outfit for Birdman, obviously. Like,
Drow.
I don't know. Do you even have any clothes that fit you?
Oh, all my clothes still fit me, I think. And I like open my briefcase, so like look at my cloak, like, does it still fit me? It's all fucking nasty. Like that.
Is there still some jerky in there?
Probably. Let me take a look through here. Oh, yep, here we go. Here's some.
Oh, I'll take that.
Dude, I've got a ton of things in here. I haven't looked in this thing in fucking ages.
Maybe
Yeah.
you should declutter at some point.
Yeah, we can, like, rearrange that. But here's the question. I have to go in through the front door. But I don't know if taking all of you with me through the front door would even be possible. And plus, I don't know. There might be a way to get in from behind that could get you relatively close to the artifact.
Well, are we jumping through a hole that was left in the Tailstones, or are we going the route that Eros is going?
What would be the safest route is the question.
Fuck if I know, buddy.
I'm not very fond of leaving arrows alone in the front at the risk of getting killed.
Well, you and me both, pal.
Simply not an option.
Well, I have to go through the front because if I don't, then if we get delayed in the tunnels, I'm risking Roxana's life, and I'm not taking that risk.
Yeah, and I've been there, and they're probably gonna want Eros to go through the front door. I don't see why they would want Eros to go through any secret measures. They'll just take her straight through the casino.
So it's the
Probably.
damned if we do, damned if we don't situation, huh?
Pretty much. So I'm imagining it's more for us to think about where we're going. Anybody have any other ideas besides that large hole sitting in the Tailstones?
We're going for a large hole then.
I can make us look like Drow if we want. Just try and sneak in.
Well,
We should have started with that.
yeah.
I mean, if it'd be kind of weird though. 5 Drow who they've never known before. Especially in like 7-foot tall Drow.
Oh, what do we take?
1 foot shorter or taller.
Yeah. Who said we all have to go in all at once?
Why don't we just take Shallow Butter with us?
Well, Shallowbutter
As much
will
as
be
that.
with me. Of course.
And how do you know you can trust her?
Because I know.
That's how exactly.
Well, unfortunately, I hate to say that I hate to be the guy who wants to trust the Drow, but if Eros trusts the Drow, I unfortunately have to say that I also trust the Drow.
What if
As
we
much-
knock out Shallow Butter and one of us becomes Shallow Butter?
We
Oh, good idea.
we don't need to knock her out. I could definitely convince her of the I could The thing is, she isn't here right now. She is at the 13th house, the 12th house already. Unless she somehow got a left and is on her way here, but I don't think she is.
I'm gonna come get you.
Yeah, I don't know if an act of God or something is going to have her knocking on the door at this very moment in time for us to.
Well, actually, everyone, there's a knocking at no.
I would have
Suddenly,
guessed she's been in the room the entire time and just hit.
suddenly, there's a knock on the door.
If anyone wants to give me one inspiration, I can make it happen.
Take an inspiration.
Okay.
You can't
You can
make
have
that
mine.
happen. You can't just make her appear.
You can't just make things happen.
What? It's a narrative shift in the scene.
Bruh.
Exactly.
I'm just thinking of this scene from the Pink Panther when he has like the wall onesie on and they're hiding. And she just appears.
I mean, if the DM would allow for the
You can't make her teleport across the city.
I'm not saying she teleports. I'm saying that in the story,
You're right.
the nature of what happens with her has led her conveniently here to this very moment.
It's anime logic, okay?
I will say with 4 inspiration, you make the likelihood of her escaping the Drow better. But she's not going to appear right here and now in the scene.
Like, I'm just saying, for inspiration, that Shalabutter may or may not show up. That's
Shallow butter.
Yes.
Shallow butter. I thought you were talking about Roxana.
No,
I was
not
like, fuck
Roxana.
no.
We are specifically talking. No, not Roxana. We're specifically talking.
Okay.
Shalabutter shows up.
All right. For shallow butter, I can give you that. Okay. I can give you that. I was like, Roxana, no.
No, if it was
She's like on-
Roxana, then that would be like, wait, we don't even need to go after the Drow. We can just fucking leave.
Yeah. No,
Let's
no.
get the fuck out of the city. Come on.
No, I have to raise the stakes somehow. Okay. So okay. It's a knock at the door. Why not? And the shallow butter is out there and is like, "Come on, please let me in."
Wait, who's answering the door?
I'm answering the door. Eros opens the door.
Oh.
Please let me in. She's looking behind her shoulder.
Oh, hi.
Speak of the devil.
We were.
Hi. Yeah. Can I come inside?
Yeah, of course.
Now sees the odd Birdman, shakes it off, confused, not sure what's going on there. Strike holding a beak in one hand, his arm bloody. You know, Cotton and Mel sitting at the table. She's that everyone is here.
Just
I
know,
think.
sipping some tea as if it doesn't concern him.
And who is this person?
That's Birdman. We're trying to still figure out his name.
No. Birdman, and then who's the other one with the ponytail?
Setch or Mel? I don't know.
No,
I
know who
don't
Mel.
have a ponytail.
Maybe
Thatch.
I know who Mel. I know who Mel is.
And that's Setch.
The-
Yeah, I don't know who you are.
Setch?
I
Shallow butter. Shallow butter. Setch.
What are you buttering your name?
it's a long, complicated story that I could tell, but I don't know if it's worth the time right now. You can just call me Shallow Butter, or Shallow and Butter, or Nouvelle is my first name, but most people call me Shallow Butter. You know, but whatever. Can they are stalling for a little bit of time. I think Roxana is mastered some charms, so to speak. We got a little bit of cushion of time, but they're looking for you, Eros. I can only direct them away from the street so many times by saying that we've already searched there before they want to come back to where you obviously should be hiding. So we need to move now, or you need to get the fuck out of the city.
Nope,
Ah,
that's the idea. We're going to move now. But, question, you being someone who is already intimate with the inside of that dark, dank place that is the Underdark in the 12th house, my friends here, unless you would have a way to convince all of them, I mean, I can sweet talk the ass off of anyone, but I don't know how well I could get all my friends to watch the ritual as interested people. So, what would be the over under on how many we could get in? Because the rest are going to have to come in from behind.
um. Well, going through the other tunnels is a possibility, I guess. But it's confusing down there. I don't know much about there. Um, Nonetheless, the uh, I thought we were just going in guns blazing. How are we going? I'm sorry.
If
An elf you are, yes, but a wood elf. It's obvious by those ears. Badger man. She looks doom and gloom enough, maybe to pass, but Cotton is. There aren't any cats really in in the 12th house I'm aware of, and the human maybe he could pass. But you, Eros, well known.
well,
So,
We have ways.
Before we proceed, I'd like to ask a question. What exactly makes you wish to betray your own people?
I am much older than I may look or appear, and the choice to come to this land of the Animaesus was never one that I was given. I think I would. Eros gave me a choice to do something. I could just as easily choose to have Drow surround this apartment, break through the windows, darkness every inch. Fire our bolts of poison until you all drop. I choose this. She smiles awkwardly. That's all I understand myself by this point.
Strike
There are
makes a
Thank you,
smile and
kindness.
says, "You know damn well it would not be an easy option either. But I respect your honesty."
I mean, can you blame her? I am the queen bitch after all.
You are the queen bitch indeed, Arrows.
But I do. It does seem a little strange, does it not? That's my
Mm.
opinion. I'm just gonna sit that. It's my opinion. Cody?
Of course, it's strange, betraying your entire way of life, all for some very cute girl that you've met only recently, but set your heart aflutter every time you talk to her.
Okay. We don't need to go that far, I guess. But
um,
I can remember.
Shallow Butter almost wants to say something, but she stops and then she shakes her head and then I am ready when you are.
Let's fucking do this.
Mm. Well,
I want to
Um,
insight check her on this. I want to
Yeah.
see if she's full of shit or if she's
Yeah.
like playing the game.
yeah, of course.
15.
Can I do this as well?
I would also.
Yeah.
Since I'm the one who asked the question,
I do not trust anyone from the. I'm gonna use inspiration.
I
I
should
don't
use
trust
inspiration,
anyone
but
from the
it's so
fucking
much.
Drow house.
So much to do. I got the same.
Damn.
thing. I'm gonna keep it though.
everyone's staring at her.
Yeah, like.
Eros will drape an arm around her shoulder.
She's staring back awkwardly at you all and waiting for you all to follow her, like, before she hasn't turned yet because she's like, everyone's just kind of awkwardly, do we continue on with this step, having a drow lead us into their own domain? All of you do beat the check, and you genuinely get the impression she's telling the truth about the choice idea. That doesn't mean that there isn't other things she's aware of. That could be things you need to know or whatnot. She is still, quote unquote, playing part of the game to where she's not divulging every piece of information about what you need to do here. So, she can still, if you guys lose, she can still play it to her advantage. If
We
you
all
guys
get this-
fail.
Enough.
You also genuinely get an impression of loss from her, like that she has lost something very significant recently. That is part of the reason why she's doing this. So,
All right. Birdman kind of like claps, stands up, and says, "Let's go." And after we're done with this, we get soup.
soup sounds like a good victory meal.
I fucking love
fucking
soup.
love soup.
Can we not get like your made soup? Can we get it from somewhere else?
What's
no.
wrong with my soup?
How about
I'll pass on the soup.
Okay, it doesn't have to be Eros' soup. I'm just saying, in general, I haven't had soup in a couple of days, and now I have a new body and want to experience soup. Is that so wrong?
it is not.
Look, I'm not the one
So-
that put a dead rat in my soup, okay?
Look, man, we don't have to talk about the things I did when I was a creepy bird, okay? Ow.
But aren't you the
Are
same
you,
person?
are you implying you were not the same?
I am okay. I am the same person, but that does not mean that we have to talk about the sins of the past. The past is the past, man.
The whole red soup incident made me hard of hearing for a few.
Because if we want to talk about the past, he like looks over at Mel, like, bruh, like,
To be fair, we kind of raided her apartment, so that was
Hey.
us.
whose side are you on, Steven?
Okay, enough.
We should all be on the same side.
Thank you.
Okay,
I'm trying
everyone,
to say the same thing.
let's...
Whose side are you on now?
I don't know. Mine. Ours. This
Same.
one. I don't know.
Everyone,
High five.
calm the fuck down!
I'm
We're
very
high-fiving.
calm. Thank
Can
you
we
very much.
please...
I'm assuming you're walking and talking.
Yes.
By this
Okay.
point, so you're getting through the Beast Crown, and you get to the alleyway that leads to the 12th house, and Eros knows that there should be some guards out front, but it seems very sparse. It's just like the commoners that are kind of in this area that live here. You don't see a couple of those other tells, and after those guards that are kind of on the street, the alleyway leads down into the stair system that eventually goes to this ladder. And then the ladder goes down into part of a sewer that you had there was like a someone had a rune of some sort that activated levitation for you, but most of the drow can levitate, so they like levitate down into this structure, and then that's where quote unquote Spencer is down there as like uh the next line of defense before you have to go through the tunnels to
Is this about
the
as far
drow.
as this is about as far as I got last time, right? Because I got stuck.
About it, yeah. This is about as far as you got last time before you couldn't really go on. But now, you guys, with your passive perception, getting to this area, there's no. You don't see any drow evidence. You don't see You don't see any Canis. You don't see any dwarves. So they're either probably out and about in the city as part of the patrols you've seen throughout the day, or they've gone below for whatever purpose.
This
Let
is
me have it.
oddly quiet.
Too fucking quiet.
This isn't normal. Inside check the area.
Okay. You. How do I word this? The You generally get the impression that they are spread a little thin right now. So the guards that are normally here, they're more relying on the guards that are part of the inner sewer system to do that job and just rely on its obscurity to take care of it, even though most people are sort of aware of what it is if they have any connection to 12th House. So that's what they're just relying on, is its intimidation and obscurity factor, it seems, by this point. You have given them the slip throughout the day with the choices you have made. You generally get the impression they're looking for you. They want you to come back, and they let you go, and then they misjudge the situation of why they let you go. So.
When we get a chance, I'm gonna cast Seeming on us to make us look like different elves, and I'll make it so that a strike is 1 inch, or like 1 foot smaller, so he fits more like an elf.
You'd also
He's still a tall elf.
A
But
very
yes.
tall beefcake elf.
Yes.
They can still exist.
I can make you appear thinner, too.
Yeah,
Oh, what?
you can.
As long as no one touches him, then it's fine.
Yeah.
True.
You
So
know,
we all look like Drow now?
Yes.
Oh
Yes.
no.
But I'll give us like markings, like tattoos, so we can distinguish each other. We'll each have like a soup ladle tattoo on our arms.
Soup!
If you put soup on my body anywhere,
It's not a
There's a
soup, it's just
soup
a
ladle on
spoon.
your arm.
You're gonna
There's
get
nothing
sucked
you
off
can
too.
do about it.
It's just a spoon.
you know, I was
her eye twitches.
maybe no one
Nah,
has
man,
to
I
go
know where
back
some bad
door.
enough. He just hits you with the elbow.
She squints at him.
Okay,
Oh yeah, you're
everyone.
not gonna like me very much. I can talk now.
Okay, everyone. This is no time for speeches. We're all gonna go in. And whatever happens next, well, it's been good knowing you guys. I'll just say it now, just in case.
Don't talk like you're gonna die.
A lot of shit has failed to kill us in the past.
Okay, a lot of
I
shit.
doubt this will.
The amount of times I have come close to death is more than I'd like to count.
So,
Besides, if anything, if worse comes to worst, I'm gonna act as a diversion and you guys make a run for it.
let's not have any heroic sacrifices today. Let's just get in, get out, be safe, don't die.
I live for the drama of the heroic sacrifices. Heroically sacrifice your life
Yes!
at your whim. Heroically sacrifice your life at your whim. He looks at Setch and he's like, "Be a weird shadow dude. Do you, Cotton? You're probably the best of us all." And he looks at Arrows and he's like, we don't need to share a moment. We already had a moment. And Mel, you can be mad at me all you want, but I consider you a friend,
I'm not mad.
even though you tried to kill me.
Why does everyone always think I'm mad?
I mean,
You're always mad.
Look at you. Have you looked in a mirror? Wait, can you look in a mirror?
I can't look in the mirror.
Oh,
Oh man.
You not have a reflection?
Yeah, you're so angry that
that
it doesn't
is
reflect
true.
back at you.
Well, your eyes are very red, and you have those sharp teeth, and
Yeah.
everything about you screams, "I will rip your head off."
Yeah, and
I
really
think
the
they
only
call
thing
it
that's
resting bitch face.
really the only thing that's stopping you from having wrinkles is the fact that you're like immortal. So,
Mm.
you know,
Because probably your brow would be so furrowed that it would just
Well,
constantly, be bent in.
okay, Shallow Butter walks past you all. It's like, okay, now that you're done bullying and belittling each other, are you ready to go? I
Yes.
think I think now is opportune, seeing how the patrol hasn't returned.
Yes, let's go. Let's go. Let's
Yeah.
go.
Okay, your disguises may actually work. The Drow, excuse me, are hard to recognize for some of the dwarves that we'll first encounter here. I can do some of the talking, yes, but I would appreciate a little bit of your charm. And if you
Shadow.
have any more illusions, if worse comes to worse, their mage, I would appreciate it.
Oh, Shallow.
uh,
You can always call on my charm.
I know. Here, this way. She leads you down a tunnel, go down a set of stairs, that kind of circular down into like sewers. You start to smell the water, the dankness. It doesn't really smell nasty like poop or anything, but it does smell old and musty and but just damp in general. And you eventually hear the flow of water, and you follow Shallow Butter after she goes down this ladder to this room, and she uh, mutters, yes, good. Look, it looks like they've begun to nestle down for the evening. Only a few awake. I guess follow my lead." She comes around the corner, and a drow gets up from a wooden chair. There's a lantern, kind of light still on the chair. There's a couple other dwarves at a table behind him. His, axe is in his hand, but his shield still rests on the table. He's like, Mr. Shallowbutter, good to see you. New recruits it is. He looks curiously at you all.
Strike also has an axe in his hand.
I would like you all to roll a deception or performance check. As he looks down the line with his dark vision to see are these drow
Inspiration.
that he can trust. This is a group check, so half of you have to beat the DC.
I might roll another deception check using my last inspiration.
18.
Oof.
14. Alright, so 18,
Oh.
21, 21.
I can give a bardic inspiration to you, to Setch. So you get an extra D8.
Yeah.
Sweet.
18.
Okay, that will break you over the tie. So he looks down the line and he's like, a couple of them look a little bit nasty. A couple of them look like they're gonna bend, just hovering down the waters. But you make the choice, Shallowbutter.
My guy. You gotta give people time to warm up.
Yeah, warm up indeed. Ain't you something to look at? Well, come on, let's get the make sure. Yeah, are all of you noble born? Can they do their little magic little floaty dance? Shallow butter. I don't believe so. Some of these are new recruits that grew up without the city. I might have to wake up the other defender here to have enough of these charges, but give me a moment. Goes in here. This guy kind of comes out with them. I don't care if they look the same; they're different dwarves, okay? And they come out and they start to set up this magic circle. And Shallow Butter comes to the edge and casts Levitate on herself and just kind of hops out into the edge there. And they, I guess, give me a marching order of like who goes first, second, third, whatnot. Of like get the levitate cast on you to float down.
Since because Eros is obviously still herself. She doesn't need to be seen at all.
Yeah.
Eros will go last to make sure everyone else goes forward.
What check are we doing, sorry?
No, just a marching order. Who goes first, second, third, whatnot
No. I'll
after
go
Shallow
first.
Butter to float down. Okay,
I'll go
so
last.
okay, Mel's second after Shallow Butter.
I will be in the middle, but behind Mel.
Okay,
I'm gonna be right next to Brian.
Let's see, we should
all
probably.
right. Next then, because Eros and such said they come at the end. Okay.
Oh, you're right.
This.
Oh,
I
yeah,
doubt it,
Bergen,
but-
Jurgen, Jurgen, Thurgen, Bergen, and Day. Ah.
But that's
Fuck, Dave.
that's 5 of them. That's 6. That's too many. It's supposed to be 5.
Oh, wasn't there 6 of us when we played?
Yeah, but 5.
Okay, well,
Um,
this orc guy comes out and watches this going on, and he's like, he's confused. And as you guys start to float down, you're like halfway down, he yells down to the dwarves. Why is Shallow Brother bringing all of them? She's just supposed to bring the pretty chick. I don't know. I thought you would know. They didn't tell me nothing. Oh, shit.
Eros is
And
going to do a persuade. She's going to blow a kiss and a wink to the orc with a persuasion check.
Okay. Oh, okay. Well, he doesn't know what to do. He gets confused, gets flustered.
Fuck.
Okay.
It's okay.
You float down without awakening any of the other dwarves or setting off any of the alarms in this room, so everyone gain an inspiration point.
I have too many.
If you're over your limit, you have to spend it on your next check, whatever it is.
Okay.
And then you land in this kind of sewage area where the water is gathering, more naturally inclined, and off to the left there's obviously some dwarven stonework tunnels. Shallow Butter quickly goes off to the left there, and once you leave this area, the levitate kind of dissipates relatively quickly after on you guys. and you come to. We gotta space you out. Done. You come to. Oh, that didn't want that to happen. How did I do that? Press the wrong button. Okay. Just making sure the dynamic lighting was working before I switched you. You come to a set of doors. Wood, the wood paneling, the wood kind of pillars. Eros recognizes this as Spencer's kind of underground kind of domicile. You have to kind of walk through this. There's a secret door in his domicile that eventually leads to a set of stairs that go to the Underdark. So how do you approach?
Eros and Eros will now make her way to the front next to Shallow Butter and say, "Hey, you and me, we check first. If Spencer is in there, then we're gonna have to explain everyone else. I mean, it's not a big deal, but hopefully he's not there, so we can just go straight forward."
She nods and puts her ear to the door and gives a listen. One other person can step in the other square to give a listen. Eros, that kind of elected yourselves. So.
I'll move out of the way for Cotton or Strike, who have probably better hearing-based perception than me.
That is very true.
Don't we both have right hearing-based perception?
You both have advantage because of your animalness.
Roll perception and stealth.
Perception with advantage because it's based on hearing. If you're coming up to the door to listen, give a listen.
I won't do that.
I guess I can do it normally then.
Would
Oh.
we the Rangers get the that young natural explorer if we did a perception check?
You're in the city still, technically.
Okay. So yeah.
So you would.
Well, I'm in the I also have Underdark because I'm level 10. So
Oh, that's true. Okay. Well, we're not technically in the Underdark yet, so.
not yet, but we would still get it, yeah.
You're
Yeah.
an elf between two worlds.
I am an elf between two worlds right now.
Okay. Shallow Butter has no success.
That's a
Cotton isn't quite sure. Cotton steps back. Ragnar gives a listen. There's a couple shuffling noises that happen on your end. Ragnar gives a listen. Strike, that is. And then Brandon steps up and takes the place for Shallow Butter and listens. And there is Shallow Butter and Cotton. We're not sure at all, in any way, shape, or form, other than there's people in there. Birdman and Strike listen, and they're able to. There's a dwarf that's right up against Strike's door. That's has his he's kind of leaning against the door in a way, kind of relaxing, sort of. There's a couple other dwarves just beyond. You can just kind of the two of them kind of murmuring, and then the one next to the door answers in some sort of response about, "Are they done talking yet?" And then you guys with the 20 are able to, well, the 25 really. Birdman's able to pinpoint that Spencer, you hear Spencer's voice into the room, and he's talking to a couple other dwarves. You're pretty sure their conversation is about their missing commander. He came in a week or so ago, and no one's heard from him since to speak to you. Our men are getting not sure how to handle this with everything else that's going on. That's kind of the gist of what you hear during the minute or so you're able to listen. You generally get the impression with both of you at the 20, there's a dozen other people in the room, including Spencer and these dwarves.
So we bust the door down, right?
No.
And the door is not locked. It's just shut. It's not locked.
So, you guys hear anything? Does it sound like there's a really arrogant guy or really, really tough in there?
Yes.
Sounds like there's a few really arrogant, tough dudes in there, but
But, Birdman, yeah, I remember sending you all the information. You probably have heard Spencer's voice before.
yes.
So, did you hear it again?
Did I hear it again?
You're pretty sure, yeah.
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Yeah, just a few words, but you heard him kind of blow off the dwarves and then walk away from them, you're pretty sure.
He doesn't sound too pleased with the scenario that he's currently in, but who
What's-
really is down here in the Underdark, am I right?
What's the scenario about?
Sorry. He's just yelling at some dwarves, it sounds like.
About what, though? Do you have a clear idea?
I don't know. What's he yelling at dwarves about? Hold on.
God.
Ear up.
With
God is
your 25,
God. Is it 29? God.
29, okay, with your 29.
Nice bug.
The dwarves are claiming that more or less Spencer and the Drow have done something to their commander, and they came here to ask what the F, basically.
So these dwarves not 12th house dwarves?
They are.
Oh, they are. Oh,
But the
shit.
dwarf that's in the head dwarf of the 12th house is missing.
So what
Oh,
you're
that's-
So,
saying? Do you
So,
relay that
yes.
information?
Yes.
So what you're saying
Information
is,
related.
if things go wrong, we might be able to convince these dwarves that they have bad working conditions.
I bet they don't even
No.
have
I would like Strike to roll another perception check based upon smell.
Oh, not smell.
Okay.
so as well as
Hmm.
What?
you heard me.
No, I didn't actually.
I smell ass like my roll.
No, it's not a horrible roll. All you smell is there is a beast in the room of some sort.
A beast.
Like you smell fur, and you also smell a significant amount of blood. It's uncomfortable.
Except, did you say a beast?
There's a beast in there.
There's a
Bleeding beast, I would assume.
my ears perk up.
Oh,
You
okay.
say beast. Can I search for some sort of like traces of a beast, like right where we're sitting or standing right here?
Sure, it's going to be a very high DC to find a trace of something right here, but
Yeah.
survival check.
Well, where are we standing? Where are we like standing? Like, are we standing in
You're
like a
at-
dark ass room or what?
It is pitch
'Cause
black.
I can, oh shit, I can see in. It's like pitch black, like dark.
I literally can't see anything. I only
Ah.
see my token. So that's
Oh, you should have dark
Dark
vision.
vision now.
I gotta update your token.
I've evolved.
He is evolved.
I also have this wonderful ability. What was that?
Yeah, you have advantage on the check then. Yeah.
My survival attacks, man. They're freaking sick.
Ooh.
Now it probably looks weird to those of us who can see. Now I'm like sniffing the ground and doing weird shit.
Um,
You know what? Have a D8 too. Have some inspiration.
I'll add a D8 to that. Hell yeah, why not? I like adding D8s to stuff. Yeah.
And
That's
if
fine, I'll take it.
I mean, well, never mind. I'll wait.
Is it 20? Let's go.
Okay, you find some scuff marks on the ground. The scuff marks indicate it's something that quadrupedal.
Hmm.
And then you find some bristly hairs.
Hmm.
You don't know what kind of beasts the hairs go to. They're very odd to you.
Hmm.
It's not like fur exactly.
It's
You could roll a nature check.
sure.
But
Roll a nature check.
he did in a way technically succeed by identifying that it is a beast.
Yes.
Okay.
I believe I also have
There is a beast of some sort in there.
I just want clarification for my unfailing inspiration. That's all.
Nature check. Cool. The scuff marks some quadrupedal creature that has claws. So that's the gist you get. It's not a lot you can discern from that case. The bristly hair, you're pretty sure is insectoid.
Huh. This is really strange because this is a dynamic that the group hasn't seen very often. Is I get on the ground and I kind of like look at this stuff. I'm kind of like digging around, sniffing the ground. I find a hair, I put it in my mouth. I take it out of my mouth because it's prickly. like
Because
like
it's prickly.
sniffing it, like doing weird shit, and it's like scuff marks. Animal has claws, probably quadrupedal, probably walks on 4 legs. Tries everything. Hmm.
I would like the rest of the group to roll a perception check while he's doing this.
Hmm.
I'm used
Oh,
to
no.
this.
So everyone other than Birdman roll a perception check because he's in the middle of doing that.
Probably some sort of insectoid.
Okay.
Maybe like
Oh wow.
like a moth
Okay.
claws.
My rolls are garbage today.
I will not hear a word about this.
Well, the group did beat this DC fortunately because it wasn't very high, but Vedwin and Cotton don't know much of anything right now.
Yeah.
They're just waiting patiently or impatiently. The rest of you hear a armor, like groupings of people, humanoids in armor walking towards the door.
Oh.
Eros and Ragnar can pinpoint that the conversation has round up as best as they can say, and the dwarves are getting ready to leave the door within moments here. What do you guys do? How do you want to play this? Do you hide? Do you just let the doors come out and see your drowness?
Arrow.
Do
What we always
Arrows.
do win, right?
Oh
Your
God,
ass.
no. No, what should I say? Arrow says, "Don't worry, we got this." Shallow,
Oh.
let's open the door.
We all look like Drow, right?
Yeah, we all. Well, you guys look like Drow.
Yeah, it lasts for 8 hours. So, all right, door open. Shallow butter and arrows open. Each open one of the doors. Okay, and light kind of pulls out, and a dwarf closest to you, Eros, is taken off guard. Turns around, is like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa!" Takes a step back, and they all kind of turn around, and the dwarf comes up and moves forward a little bit, and then yells out a little bit. This the new favorite she's catering to. And the dwarves kind of look back at Spencer, and Spencer just doesn't respond to him. You can see Spencer is, he has a couple human, blood monks, that are next to him. That's what these two guys are. You fought one of them before.
God. Not the
You haven't. You've seen one of these guys before, but you haven't fought one of these before, so you don't know what that guy. He's just sitting over there, and he has 3 pretty big dogs that are around him that could be relatively mean, and then you see a spider kind of climbing on the ceiling above him in like a protective kind of affectionate way. Eros, you know that the door you need to go to continue down is in the closet over here. You don't remember exactly where it is, so you will need to investigate once you're back in that room. But nonetheless, that is the goal, to continue downward. But you do know Spencer communicates with the Drow, and this is Spencer here, human in the leathers, in some way, shape, or form. So,
Well,
you know.
we'll have to deal with that next time on whatever the fuck this is. Because
We don't even know anymore.
Since our party members have to bounce.
Yeah.
Ah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
sure. No worries.
I mean,
No
this is
problem.
a good
I
stopping
just
place,
work.
though.
This is a
It is
pretty
a good
place
stopping
to stop.
spot.